Good morning to all our participants. Thank God it's Friday. And now for our third day and last day of our national deployment. For our mini activity this morning, before we officially start our program, we would like to request everyone to join, participate in our temperature check. This will be flashed on your chat box. The link will be accessible through the chat box that will be sent by our technical support team. Give us a while. There's a little technical difficulty right now. And again, may we remind everyone in our chat box, you may also access our attendance link. Also, please do note on the suggested naming convention for us to properly address you, and also for us to know on what region where you are in right now. I hope everyone had a good breakfast today as well. The attendance link will be sent right away in your chat box. Please do let us know if you have any difficulty, or if you have any difficulty in accessing our attendance link for today. All right, so I saw here in our chat box the Mentimeter link that will be accessible to everyone, and we would like to hear from you. How are you feeling today? We would like to know our if how have you been as well this week. So yeah, and as you see on your screen right now, majority of our participants, or some of our participants here, feels good, happy, vibrant. That's great that today, as we end our week, we have a positive perspective, positive outlook, and definitely it will go along during the weekend. We also see someone is full and also stoked. Muy bien. Yes, muy bien is good, right? In what language is that? Muy bien. Is it Spanish? If I'm not mistaken. Someone feels cold today? Of course, excited and healthy. I hope every one of us will have the same feeling, that we have the same excitement, and also healthy, of course. Especially today that the weather is drastically changing from time to time. So please do make sure that you take your vitamin C, get a good rest for us to be for you to make sure that you are that you don't get any type of sickness. Next up, we also see here. Oh yeah, most of our participants here feels great, feels good. Keep it coming. We truly appreciate our participants in engaging in this kind of mini activity. We hope that as we go through this program, we will continue to engage specifically in question and answer portion, and later on in the afternoon we'll have our workshop as well. So we hope that everyone will learn and apply on what they have learned for the from yesterday. We'll be starting off in 3 minutes. So again, please do respond in our Mentimeter here. We also receive some responses that they are full of energy. What else? Excited. So those are the 4 big words here in our word cloud. So that's good. That's great. That most of our participants here have a very vibrant, vibes today. Hi, Ma'am Sotera. Information overload, it's okay. Most of us, definitely, these are 13 PRs, 13 qualifications that we need to, that will be presented, or that we need to understand. But again, as a support to our participants, we will be providing the presentations of our resource speakers for us for your reference as well. So that's one of the assistance that the QSO is continue doing for our regional offices, for the TTIs and TBIs. All right. Ching Dondanilla, just to correct, I'm not Lady Jens. Yeah. For your naming convention, you can move your cursor to your name and then click on the three dots. That's what I see here in my screen right now. Three dots, and then you can choose the rename option. So again, naming convention, that's we need to change our naming convention for us to properly address you, and also for our breakout rooms later. So we can identify on what region you are in. So please do make sure that you state where what region you are in right now. Also, please do access. Yes, we do have our backdrop here as well. Thank you, Miss Liz. Please do use our backdrop as well, so we can have a good photo op later. And then the attendance link is also in the chat box. Please do make sure that also that you will also accomplish that, because that will also be part of the requirement for the issuance of your certificate. A written guideline would help a lot. This will be noted, Ma'am Mitzi. All right, so it's already 9 o'clock. Again, we thank you. We truly appreciate your engagement here in our temperature check, and we are happy that most of our participants feels great, excited, and they feel good. I hope for the rest of the week, you will have the same vibes as we go through the weekend. Again, so here we go. And oh yeah, this is the YouTube link as well. You can, as you see in your chat box, we are live stream today. So please do invite your friends, or for those who are not yet here in the Zoom platform, but you know that they need to hear what will be the discussions for today. Please do share our YouTube link. Maraming salamat po. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last day of the 2022 national deployment of newly promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees. Again, a few reminders for our participants for this morning. First, our attendance link is already in the chat box. You may access that. Second, please do use our backdrop as well for today for a good photo op later. Make sure our mic is on mute, especially when someone is presenting, for us not to disturb others as well as they listen to the presentations. If you have any inquiry for us to acknowledge you, please do use the raise hand button, and we will be giving allotment of time for the Q&A portion later at the end of the presentations. And also for those who are asking for a copy of presentations from yesterday and then today, we'll be providing a Google Drive link at the end of the program. Also, we would like to thank our participants who have joined our temperature check a while ago. And now, to give us a recap of what have been discussed yesterday, may we call on the supervising TSD specialist of the Competency Programs and Systems Development Division of QSO, Mr. Pencel Concoles.
Good morning. Good morning to all. Narinig po ba?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Good morning. So as a short recap of the discussions yesterday, of course, as we all know, the various executive offices provide guidance and information on the activities and programs related to the qualifications being deployed and their incoming programs like yung sa NITSD and the Certification Office and PLO. That would really support the stakeholders of TESDA, especially yung mga UTPRAS and CACS focals po natin, yung mga TBIs, private TBIs, and TTIs, assessment centers, and of course, yung mga administrators po natin. Also, what was discussed yesterday is the main objective technically of this deployment, the 2 days deployment. Of course, yun nga po, as discussed yesterday by our director, executive director, Jojo Guillermo, we hope that the focals, the TBIs, and the assessment centers receive guidance and inputs, directions in the implementations po ng PR, CATs, and AFs with regards to the functions ng mga saropodos, and of course on how are they going to implement such programs in the field later on, and then of course familiarize yung content and processes nung diniscuss ng mga PRs and CATs AFs yesterday, which has a continuation today po. And of course, discuss yung mga policies relevant dun sa delivery po ng training. Sa explained po ng mga focals po, QSO focals po natin yesterday, doon sa mga qualifications na yon. And then of course, as also, we give enough time on the clarification of some issues, concerns related to the setting up of training and assessment and training infrastructure. So yung mga qualifications po na discussed yesterday is of course yung mga caregiving qualifications, yung domestic works, handloom, upright, programming, Java, and C3. So today, with the continuation of the presentations po ng mga qualifications to give a better insight doon sa qualifications on how are we going to support in the registrations po ng training and accreditations po ng assessment center. So the hairdressing qualifications, beauty care, barbering, rack servicing, and commercial aircon will also be discussed this morning And of course, a workshop will be conducted in the afternoon. So with that, we hope you will have we will have a productive day as the presentation continues po. Again, good morning to all. Magandang umaga po. Thank you, Ma'am Jack.
Thank you so much, Sir Vince, for that diverse recap of the day one of our national deployment. As part of the continuation of the formal deployment of training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees, let us now call on Ms. Barbara Jane Reyes, Senior TSD Specialist for CSDD QSO, and Mr. Paulo Sam Munoz, TSD Specialist 2 of CPSDD QSO, to give us the highlights on the hairdressing NC2 and NC3.
Thank you so much, Miss Mai. Good morning to everyone. And it's nice to see everyone po again joining us on this second day of our national deployment. So let me share my screen. Okay, so nakikita na po yung aking screen.
Yes, ma'am. Nakikita na po.
Yes.
All right. So, maraming salamat, Jack and Mai, for confirming. So, again po, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I'm Barbie Reyes and I will be, I'm one of the sectoral focals po in the development of the training regulation for the hairdressing NC2 and NC3. I'm with my senior colleague po, si Sir Edwin Maglalang, for those of you who already know him po. So for today, the first qualifications that we will be presenting would be the two hairdressing po. So NC2 and NC3 po yan. All right, so first of all, we would like to recognize our technical experts who were our partners in the development of these training regulations. So from Philippine International Cosmetologists Association, or PICA, we have Mr. Manolito Chil Dondonilla, Mr. Andrew Galindon, and Ms. Christina Marpuri. I believe they are here today with us to assist us in case they have any questions regarding these qualifications. So to our technical experts, good morning din po, Sir Ching, Sir Andrew, and Ma'am Christina. Nice seeing you po ulit. Okay. So for these qualifications, we listed here po yung mga documents that you can refer to for these two qualifications. So for hairdressing NC2, there's the TESDA board resolution number 2020-26, the approving and promulgating the amended training regulations for hairdressing NC2. And then there's also the implementing guidelines, the TESDA circular number 105 series of 2020. This is the implementing guidelines and the deployment of training regulations and competency assessment tools, or CATs, for hairdressing NC2. So for NC3, there's the TESDA board resolution number 2020-27, approving and promulgating the amended training regulations for hairdressing NC3. And of course, there's the IG, the TESDA circular number 110 series 2020, the implementing guidelines on the deployment of training regulations and CATs for hairdressing NC3. Okay, so for simultaneous ko pong ipe-present yung NC2 and NC3 para po sa ating mga participants, mas madali nyo po ma-capture what's the difference between the two na qualifications po, no? So this NC2 and NC3, both po ito ay reviewed. So amended po sila. Kaya may kita nyo po on the left column, the existing ng hairdressing NC2, and then the amended po. So ito po yung dinedeploy namin ngayon sa inyo, yung nasa amended po. So I'll read the amended po, no? The hairdressing NC2 qualification consists of competencies that a person must achieve to perform basic hair care services such as pre- and post-service activities, hair and scalp treatment, hair coloring, hair bleaching, hair perming, hair straightening, and basic hair cutting. For the NC3 naman po, hairdressing NC3 qualification consists of competencies that a person must achieve to perform advanced hair care activities such as advanced and creative hair cutting, advanced and creative hair coloring, and advanced and creative hair perming. Performs post-service activities as well that includes practicing good, proper, and ethical behavior following the code of ethics. Okay, so sino naman po ang mga tao competent once they have achieved this qualification of or they have been certified sa qualification po natin na ito. So for hairdressing NC2, sabi natin, matatawag na po natin silang mga assistant hairdresser or colorist sa mga parlor po, no? Or yung mga madalas pong pumunta sa ating mga participants po dyan who are always may me time. So yan. So pwede din po silang tawagin assistant hairdresser permist and then also hair cutter din po. At saka yung mga tinatawag po na junior. So mayroong yung mga bago po, yung mga entry level nila. So those are yung mga junior assistant hairdresser, saka junior hairdressers. Okay. Ano naman yung nasa NC3? Actually, this is NC3, I'm sorry. So for NC3, sila naman po ay mga senior hairstylist or hairdresser or senior hair technician. So ganyan na po sa parlor ngayon, di ba? Pagpasok pa lang tinatanong na, senior po ba ang hanap natin na mag-aasikaso sa atin or okay lang po ba sa atin na junior mga hairstylist? Okay. So for the basic competencies ng hairdressing NC2, ang amended po natin have the 21st century na po, kaya century skills. So there's 9 basic competencies na po. I will not go into that na po, no? Kasi yesterday paulit-ulit na rin po siya na-mention. However, for this NC3, I'll go through kasi wala pong NC3 yesterday. So ito po, ang amended ng hairdressing NC3, these are, na rin po, may 21st century skills na rin po ito. So from the existing, ito na po siya ngayon, lead workplace communication. There's the lead small teams, apply critical thinking and problem-solving techniques in the workplace, work in a diverse environment, propose methods of applying learning and innovation in the organization, use information systematically, evaluate occupational safety and health work practices, evaluate environmental work practices, and facilitate entrepreneurial skills for micro, small, medium enterprises or yung tinatawag nating MSMEs. For the common competencies, wala pong amendment na nangyari dito. Same pa rin po ang common competencies for hairdressing NC2 and hairdressing NC3. Okay, so for core competencies naman po ng hairdressing NC2, the amended is perform pre and post hair care activities, perform hair and scalp treatment, perform basic hair coloring, perform basic hair bleaching, perform basic hair perming, perform hair straightening, and perform basic hair cutting. Mapapansin niyo po, ang nawala po from sa kabilang side is yung apply basic makeup. For NC3, perform advanced and creative hair cutting, perform advanced and creative hair coloring, perform advanced and creative hair perming. So, nawala din po yung advanced makeup from the existing and yung hairstyling po. Kasi yung hairstyling po is, some of them po nasa hair cutting na rin po, and actually it's sa bilis po ng takbo ng mga bagong styles na dumarating, actually it's a different specializations din po talaga bukod sa hair cutting. Meron pa nga mga separate separate contests, global contests. So for elective competencies, there's none po for hairdressing NC2. However, for hairdressing NC3, dati po, the old hairdressing NC3 may elective competencies. Pero sa amended po, nawala na po siya. Okay, some photos na nagpapakita ng ating hairdressing qualifications. Okay, so for the nominal training durations for hairdressing NC2, so may kita po natin, bumaba ng bahagya yung nominal training duration for the amended po. So 37 hours for the basic competencies. Then there's 24 hours for common competencies, 480 hours for the core competencies. That's a total of 441 hours. And then there's the SIL po na may 40 hours allotted for this NC2. For NC3, 40 hours basic competencies, and then 24 hours common competencies, tapos 140 hours na lang po ang core competencies. So that's a total of 204 hours plus the SIL na 40 hours. Okay, so sino naman po ang mga trainee natin so natatanggapin for this training? So trainees or students wishing to enroll in this program, the hairdressing NC2, must possess the following requirements. First, completed at least 10 years basic education or holder of ALS, certificate of completion with grade 10 equivalent, and must have the basic communication skills. For NC3, actually it's the same po. So completed at least 10 years basic education or holder of alternative ALS, certificate of completion with grade 10 equivalent, and must also have the basic communication skills. Training facilities, for hairdressing NC2 po natin, nagkaroon po ng adjustment. Lumaki po ng konti yung space requirement, no? So from 104 square meters, 125 square meters na po siya ngayon. Okay. For hairdressing NC3, very minimal lang po yung tinaas na space requirement. So from 104 square meters, 109 naman po yung sa amended natin. Okay. Trainer's qualification for hairdressing NC2 must be a holder of the NTTC level 1 in hairdressing NC2. That's a given po. And then must possess good communication skills and must have at least 2 years experience in the beauty and wellness industry within the last 5 years. For hairdressing NC3 naman po, must be a holder of NTTC level in level 1 in hairdressing NC3 naman. Tapos must possess good communication skills din po. And same din po sila ng experience requirement. Must have at least 2 years experience in the beauty and wellness industry within the last 5 years. Okay, so for the next part na po, it's the section 2. So I'll pass on the virtual stage to my colleague here, Mr. Paolo Munoz.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbs. Good morning po to everybody. May I please share my screen? One moment. Hairdressing. All right. I hope my screen can be seen. So let us start. My name again is Paolo Sam Munoz. Good morning po. I will be reporting to you about the competency assessment tools and assessment fees of hairdressing NC2 and NC3. Okay, to start po. So a national certificate may be issued when a candidate has demonstrated competence in all units of competency for hairdressing NC2. So there is a big difference actually. No, there is not much difference, but as we can see here, hairdressing NC2 may also be acquired through actually from accumulation of certificates of competencies in the following units of competencies. So let me enumerate. COC1, provide support salon services. COC2, provide hair coloring and or bleaching services. Provide COC3, provide hair perming straightening services, and COC4, provide hair cutting services. So a candidate wanting to be certified will have to be assessed in the accordance with the requirements identified in the evidence guide of the relevant units of competency. So next slide po. Ayan po, yan po yung difference nila. So nawala po yung apply basic makeup. Wala na po siyang COC dito sa amended natin. So there. Candidates who have gained competencies actually through informal training, previous work, or life experiences may apply for recognition in a particular qualification through competency assessment. So as stated here in my slide, the following are qualified to apply for assessment and certification. So number one, so it is clear, I will read it po. Graduates of with training regulation or no training regulation registered programs or formal, non-formal, informal, including enterprise-based trainings related to hairdressing and C2. Number two, experienced workers, waged or self-employed, who gain competencies in providing hairdressing services for at least 2 years within the last 5 years. And po, so it became very specific po, as we can see from the existing. Now we have become more, become more specific. So we also added this provision, recognition of prior learning or RPL, candidates who have gained competencies through education, informal training. Yes, yeah, what I mentioned po kanina. Informal training, previous work, or life experiences with at least 3 years of hairdressing experience within the last 5 years may apply for recognition in disqualification through portfolio assessment po. Also, this provision po, we added holders of NC or Certificate of Competency, COC, in hairdressing NC2 are required to undergo assessment under the amended training regulations upon the expiration of their certificate. So we must undergo the assessment po again. For hairdressing NC3 naman po. For hairdressing NC3, a national certificate is issued when a candidate also has demonstrated in the competence in all units of competency for hairdressing NC3. So if for hairdressing NC3, there are no COCs, but only one full assessment. So a candidate wanting to be certified also will be certified, will have to be assessed in accordance with the requirements identified in the evidence guide po of the assessor's guide. Next po natin. Ayan, but we were also very specific as well from the existing to the amended now. As we can see, halos pareho po siya ng hairdressing NC2. Ayan po. So yan po siya. An illustration po of the hairdressing NC2. As we can see, there are three assessment methodologies: demonstration through demonstration and or observation. Also, there's oral questioning and written test. So the demonstration is good for 1 hour and 30 minutes for COC1. The oral question is good for 30 minutes. The written test is also 30 minutes. So a total of 2 hours and 30 minutes for COC1. For COC2, provide hair coloring bleaching services. The demonstration, the candidate is given 1 hour and 30 minutes. Bakit naging 2 or 3 hours na? Siguro, this is a typo po. For 1 hour and 30 minutes, oral questioning 30 minutes, and then written test 30 minutes. A total also of 2 hours po dapat ito. Sorry. Excuse me for this one. COC3, provide hair perming and straightening services. The candidate is given 4 hours and 30 minutes for the demonstration, oral questioning 30 minutes, and written test 30 minutes also, for a total of 5 hours and 30 minutes po. Hair perming. It can take quite a long time. So for COC4, provide hair cutting services. The demonstration is good for 1 hour and 30 minutes. The oral question is good, and the written test is also good for 30 minutes each po. Comparing it to hairdressing NC3, for it does not have COC, so one full assessment lang po siya. You have to perform all of the units of competency, namely perform advanced and creative hair cutting, perform advanced and creative hair coloring, perform advanced and creative hair perming po. So the demonstration is 5 hours. The oral questioning is 30 minutes and the written test is 30 minutes po. So a total of 6 hours po talaga siya. Mahaba-haba po yung kanyang assessment for full. So for the assessment fees naman po tayo, COC1, 938, COC2 po. This is for hairdressing and C2. COC2, 1,099 pesos. COC3, 1,098 pesos. And COC4, 886 po. For hairdressing NC3, full assessment po, full for the full NC. A total of 1,019 pesos po siya. And that is it po for the competency assessment tools and assessment fees of hairdressing NC3 and NC2 and NC3 po. Thank you very much po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Barbie and Sir Pao. Those are the highlights of the TR and CAS for the hairdressing 2 and NC3. Let us now move on to the next qualification, the beauty care nail care services 2. This will be presented by Ms. Barbara Jane Reyes, Senior TSD Specialist for CSDD QSO, and Ms. Sara Texon, Senior TSD Specialist of QSO-CSDD.
Thank you again, Mai. Okay, so beauty care. Mai, this is for nail care, no?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, so good morning once again. So I will this time po I will presenting naman that the training regulations for the beauty care, nail care services NC2. Okay, our technical experts po na nakasama in the development of the training regulation is from PICA, si Sir Ching Dondonilla again, tapos si Sir Andrew din po, and si Miss Christina Marpuri. So, with the CATS naman po, later on, ipe-present din po ng aking colleague na si Miss Sarah. Meron din po silang mga experts na nakasama, si Mr. Richmond Suizo and Miss Clarina Cabayan. Okay, so this particular qualification undergone the promulgation po, no, with our TESDA board. So with that, there's the TESDA board resolution number 2020-28, that's approving and promulgating the amended training regulations for beauty care, nail care services NC2. And then there's the IG, the TESDA circular number 103 series of 2020, implementing guidelines on the deployment of the TR and CATS for beauty care, nail care services NC2. Okay. So, tulad po ng hairdressing natin kanina na nauna, this is an amended and reviewed na po na qualification. So, there's the existing, and this one on your right column is the amended. So, for the amended, the beauty care, nail care services NC2 qualification consists of competencies that a person must achieve to perform pre- and post-beauty care services, perform manicure and pedicure, and perform hand spa and foot spa. A person who has achieved this qualification is competent to be manicurist or pedicurist, nail care attendant, hand and foot care attendant, or junior nail technician. The basic competencies for this particular training regulation was amended with the 21st century basics, 21st century skills na po. So there's 9. Common competencies, no amendments made. So it's still the same po nung sa existing natin, which has 4 common competencies. For the core competencies, sa amended po natin is perform manicure and pedicure, and then perform hand and foot spa. So pinagsama lang naman po yung sa existing natin before, kasi magkahiwalay pa po yung competencies ni hand spa and foot spa. So for the amended, pinagsama na po siya sa isa, binundle na po siya. All right. So for the nominal training duration, the amended training regulation has a total of 341 hours. So the breakdown po niyan is 37 hours for basic competencies, 24 hours for common competencies, and 280 hours for the core competencies. So as mentioned po, that's a total of 341 hours. So tas meron po tayong SIL or the supervised industry learning, which has an equivalent of 80 hours. Okay, so the trainees or students wishing to enroll in this program must possess the following requirements. Number one, completed at least 10 years basic education or holder of ALS, certificate of completion with grade 10 equivalent, and must have the basic communication skills. Training facilities. Okay, so may adjustment po sa training facilities. From 104 square meters, naging 125 square meters na po siya. And on your screen, you can see po yung breakdown po ng space requirement. So these informations po are available sa training regulation, which are already uploaded in the TESDA website. Trainer's qualification must be a holder of national NTTC Level 1 in Beauty Care, Nail Care Services NC2, must possess good communication skills, and must have at least 2 years experience in beauty and wellness industry for the last 5 years. So for the competency assessment tools naman po, I will pass on the virtual stage again to my colleague po, si Ms. Sarah Texon.
Yes, hello, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Barbs. So allow me to present the competency assessment tools and assessment fee for beauty care and nail care NC2. So to continue the section 4 of assessment and certification, we have here the existing and the amended ones. So to articulate, number 1 is to attain the national qualification of beauty care, nail care services NC2. The candidate must demonstrate competence in all units listed in section 1. Successful candidates shall be awarded a national certificate signed by the TESDA Director General. Number 2, a certificate of competency or COC is issued by the authority to individuals who were assessed as competent in cluster of related units of competency. Namely, COC1 is to provide manicure and pedicure services, perform manicure and pedicure. COC2 is to provide hand and foot spa services, perform hand and foot spa. Upon accumulation and submission of all the COCs acquired, an individual shall be issued the corresponding national certificate for the qualification. So to continue, any of the following are qualified to undergo assessment and certification. Graduates of WTR registered program or NTR registered programs, or formal, non-formal, informal, including enterprise-based trainings related to beauty care, nail care services, and NC2. Experienced workers, wage employed or self-employed, who gain competencies in providing nail care services for at least 2 years within the last 5 years. Recognition of prior learning or RPL, the candidates who have gained competencies through education, informal training, previous work or life experiences with at least 3 years of nail care services, experience within the last 5 years may apply for recognition and disqualification through portfolio assessment. Holders of national certificate, NC, or certificate of competency, COC, in beauty care, nail care services, NC2, are required to undergo reassessment under the amended training regulation or TRs upon expiration of their certificates. For the qualification of competency assessment competency assessment assessor. For number 1, practitioner of the occupation trade in the trade area for at least 2 years. Candidates without required industry work experience shall be granted provisional accreditation subject to the guidelines promulgated by the TESDA board for the purpose. Holder of the national certificate or NC at the same or high level of the qualification where the assessor is accredited. Holder of NTTC1 and or COC2 conduct competency assessment under TM1. For new applicant as competency assessor, he or she must have conducted actual assessment to at least 10 candidates and under the supervision of a regional provisional lead assessor as part of capability building of the competency assessors. For accredited competency assessors for amended training regulations, he or she shall only be required to conduct actual assessment to at least 2 candidates for related qualifications under the supervision of a regional provisional lead assessor. Erring assessors shall be subjected to the provision of TESDA Circular Number 134, Series 2019. So the competency assessment for the beauty care, nail care, services NC2 has 2 COCs, namely 1, provide manicure and pedicure services. As mentioned, we have 2 hours for the demonstration and oral questioning. And then we have COC2, provide hand and foot spa services to perform hand and foot spa services for 2 hours and 30 minutes. So the NC or the full qualification comprising the 2 COCs. So for the competency assessment package, as mentioned, we have the method of assessment, the demonstration of 4 hours under the full qualification with oral questioning of 30 minutes. So these are the promulgated assessment fees. Whenever possible, we do combine the 2 COCs to attain the objectives in the principles of the determination of assessment fees. So for COC1, we have 822. For COC2, we have 838. And full or for national certificate, 876. So yours truly, ang iyong pong lingkod, this is Sarah Texon with our lead expert, Ms. Clarina Cabayan, an industry practitioner locally and internationally. So thank you very much po.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Barbara and Ma'am Sarah, for providing those highlights of the arts and cats for the beauty care, nail care services, and C2. And moving on to the next TR and cats is the barbering and C2 that will be presented again by Ma'am Barbara Jane Reyes and Mr. Benedicto Digi Maayo, Senior TSD Specialist. TSD2, so my apologies, TSD Specialist 2 of QSO-CSDD.
Okay, maraming salamat, Miss Jack. Kita na po bang aking screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so please allow me to present. This is the last training regulation for this particular sector po, the social and other community development services sector. So barbering NC2. Okay. For the technical experts, parehas po ang mga kasama namin na nag-develop ng TR na to with the hairdressing, si Mr. Manolito Chingdon Danilla, Mr. Andrew Galindon, and Miss Christina Marcuri. Okay, so you may all refer po sa TESDA Board Resolution number 2020-30 for the approving and promulgating the amended training regulations for barbering NC2. And for the IG, there's the TESDA Circular number 108, series of 2022, the IG on the deployment of TR and CATS for barbering NC2. Okay, so for the amended po ng barbering NC2, as mentioned, this was also a review po ng existing natin. So for the amended, the barbering NC2 qualification consists of competencies that a person must achieve to perform hair and scalp treatment, basic hair coloring, basic men's hair cutting, shave and style beard and mustache, and perform hair manipulative, relaxing services. A person who has achieved this qualification is competent to be an assistant barber, scalp and hair treatment, and basic hair coloring. Also, pwede rin po siyang tawaging assistant barber, pero ang specialization niya naman po ay men's hair cutting, shave and style beard and mustache, hair manipulative, relaxing services. And pwede rin po siyang tawaging simpleng barber. Okay. For the basic competencies of the amended, this is also updated with the 21st century skills po. Common competencies are the same, so no amendments on that. For the core competencies, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So perform hair and scalp treatment, perform basic hair coloring, perform basic men's hair cutting, perform shave and style beard and mustache, and perform hair manipulative relaxing services. Elective competencies for this particular training regulation was deleted and removed na po. All right, so some photos. Okay, so nominal training hours or nominal training duration for this barbering NC2. Sa amended po natin, ang breakdown is 37 hours for the basic competencies, 24 hours for the common competencies, and 224 hours for the core competencies. So that makes a total of 285 hours po. And then there's the supervised industry learning or yung SIL na tinatawag natin, meron pong 40 hours allotted. Okay, so trainees or students wishing to enroll in this program must possess the following requirements. Completed at least 10 years basic education or holder of ALS certificate of completion with grade 10 equivalent, and must have the basic communication skills. Okay, so training facilities, there's an adjustment as well. So from 104 square meters to 125 square meters. Ayan po. So giving you more time po to see the breakdown of these space requirements. Okay. As for the trainer's qualification naman po, a trainer for the barbering NC2 must be a holder of NTTC level 1 in barbering NC2, must possess good communication skills, and must have at least 2 years experience in barbering industry for the last 5 years. So for the competency assessment tools, I will have to pass the stage one last time to my colleague naman po, si Mr. Benedicto Maayo. Sir Dick?
Yes. Yeah. Hello. Thank you very much, Barbie, for that introduction. Although it's quite brief, but appropriate nonetheless. Okay. Are you seeing this?
Yes, Sir Dick, pero small siya.
It's small. Okay. How about now?
Yeah, pero you can ano po, Sir Dick, yung slide show po para mas bigger.
Okay. Slideshow. Yes.
Yep.
All right. How
All right,
about now?
yeah.
Much better?
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
po.
Okay, thank you. So good morning to all the participants. So what I'm going to share to you now or present to you now is the competency assessment tools and assessment fee for the qualification barbering NC2. In the amended National Assessment and Certification Arrangements, where the national qualification for barbering, where the candidate must demonstrate the competence in all the units listed in Section 1. Successful candidates shall be awarded a national certificate duly signed by the National Director General of TESDA. Number 2, the certificate of competency also will be issued by the authority to individuals who were assessed as competent in cluster of related units of competency, namely COC1, provide assistant barber services, where perform hair and scalp treatment and perform basic hair coloring, where are the competencies identified. And under COC2, where provide assistant barber services of the same title from COC1, uh, where perform basic men's hair cutting, perform shape and style of beard and mustache, perform chair manipulative relaxing services is given as a service. Now, upon accumulation and submission of all the COCs acquired, an individual shall be issued the corresponding national certificate for the qualification. Next. In accordance with the TESCA Circular Number 64, Series of 2020, on the accreditation of assessment centers and competency assessors under the Philippine-Tibet Competency Assessment and Certification System, or also known as PTCAX, amending the TESDA Circular Number 15, Series of 2015, and operating procedures, TESDA OP CO03 and 04, where the accredited competency assessor must fulfill all the following conditions. Number 1, practitioner of the occupation trade in the trade area for at least 2 years. Candidates without required industry work experience shall be granted provisional accreditation subject to the guidelines promulgated by the TESDA board for the purpose. Number 2, holder of a national certificate at the same or higher level of the qualification where the assessor is accredited. And number 3, holder of NTTC1 and or COC2 were to conduct competency assessment under TM1. Number 4, for new applicant as competency assessor, he/she must have conducted actual assessment to at least 10 candidates under the supervision of a regional provincial lead assessor as part of capability building of competency assessors. For accredited competency assessors for amended training regulations, he/she shall only be required to conduct actual assessment to at least 2 candidates for related qualifications under the supervision of a regional provincial lead assessor. And number 6, erring assessors shall be subjected to the provisions of TESDA Circular Number 134, Series of 2019. In the competency assessment for barbering NC2, there are 2 COCs that has been identified, where provide assistant barber services, which will with competencies of scalp and hair treatment and basic hair coloring will be conducted for 2 hours, and COC2, where men's hair cutting will be performed, shave and style beard, mustache, chair manipulative relaxing services will be given under 3 hours. So all in all, to get the full qualification of barbering NC2, you're going to spend 5 hours for all the competencies. In the assessment fee for barbering NC2, our full qualification is 938 pesos. For COC1, it's 834 pesos. And for COC2, it's 869 pesos. With that, we thank you from Qualification Standards Office. Good morning.
Those are the highlights of the TR and CATs of barbering NC2. Thank you so much, Ma'am Barbie and Sir Benedict. Let's move on to the next presenters. Mr. Samuel Calyado Jr., Senior TSD Specialist of CSDD QSO, and Mr. Paulo Sam Munoz, TSD Specialist 2 of CPSDD QSO, to give us the highlights on the rack servicing dome rack NC2 and commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So I'm Sam Calado, focal person for the HVAC sector. So today I'll be presenting two qualifications: the rack servicing domestic refrigeration and conditioning NC2, and the commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. So initially, the commercial air conditioning installation and servicing is part of the former PACO CRE NC3 qualifications. Then after the review, the PACO CRE was split into two qualifications, which is the commercial air conditioning and commercial refrigeration. So our technical experts in the review of the training regulations are Mr. Manny P. Azucena from UNEP OWA, and then board member of the Refrigeration Air Conditioning Technicians for Development of the Philippines, or RACTAP. We have also Engineer Ramon Elias F. Ortiz, also from RACTAP. We have also Mr. Chris S. Bernardino from KSB HVAC Services. He is also a member of the Philippine Society of Ventilating, Air Conditioning, Refrigeration Engineers, and also a member of RACTAP. He will be the representative of the technical experts for today. Hello, sir. Please, good morning. We also have Mr. Eduardo M. Fernandez from TUP Manila, PS Barre, and RACTAP. Also, Mr. Augusto Tikitko of Coppel Inc., Philippines, and RACTAP. And lastly, Mr. Lamberto B. Baldovino from ILAC HVAC Services and RACTAP. So I'll present the contents of the rack servicing NC2 dome rack. So for the qualification description, almost the same description for the former for the existing dome rack NC2. So we only added the scope for this description, which is this qualification covers only Windows type air conditioning and domestic refrigerators only. And then for the job title, so it's still the same, domestic refrigeration and conditioning technician. For the basic competencies, so the 20% basic 20% your basic competencies are considered here. For the common competencies, so it's the same. There is no amendment. And then for the core competencies, it's almost the same also. Then for the unit one, install domestic refrigeration and air conditioning units. We have 4 elements. We have to conduct survey, check dome rack electrical circuit, check domestic rack unit, install domestic rack unit, and conduct performance tests. For the second unit of competency, service and maintain domestic refrigeration and conditioning units, we have 5 elements. One is to clean air filter, and then service evaporator or condenser, and then maintain fan motor assembly. Number 4 is service electrical power and control circuits, and number 5, accomplish service and maintenance report. Then for the third unit, which troubleshoot and repair dump rack systems, we have 4 elements. Number 1 is to plan and prepare for troubleshooting and repair. Number 2, identify and repair faults or troubles. Number 3, perform refrigerant recovery, recycling on dump rack unit, and test run repaired unit. So for the nominal training duration, the total duration is slightly increased for the basic competencies from 18 hours to 37 hours, and 42 hours for common competencies decreased from 35 hours, but the core competency increased to 216 hours. So there's total of 288 training duration. Also, the same number of hours for the supervised industrial learning. For the training requirements for DOMRAC NC2, one must have completed at least 10 years basic education or an alternative learning systems certificate of completion with grade 10 equivalent holder. He must also have can communicate both oral and written, can perform basic material competitions, and must be physically fit. So 3.5, the training facilities. So the total training area adjusted and a decrease of 6 square meters because the wash, toilet, and locker room was so adjusted niya. Instead of area or 12 square meter area, it was changed to 8 meters per area. And then for 3.6 trainers qualification, for the amended TR, holder of the National Tibet Certificate, trainer certificate NTPC level 1 in rack servicing or DOMRAC NC2 or commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. Also commercial refrigeration installation and servicing NC3 or graduate of BSIE, BTD, BT Ed, and major in rack servicing or DOMRAC NC2 or commercial air conditioning installation, NC3 or commercial refrigeration installation and servicing NC3 certificate. He must be physically and mentally fit and must be computer literate, and also must have at least 2 years related industry experience within the past 5 years. And then for the section 4, so the qualifications of rack servicing may be attained through demonstration of competence through project development covering or requires units of qualifications or full qualifications. Yeah. Okay, so for the existing national certificate of individuals in rack servicing NC2 shall be in effect until the said NC have expired Individuals are advised to take the assessment for this amended updated TR on or before the expiration of such certificates. Same sentence. So now I'll continue with the commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. For the qualification description, the commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 qualification consists of competencies that a person must achieve to enable or her to install, service, maintain, troubleshoot, and repair, including perform startup, test, and commissioning of commercial air conditioning unit. This qualification covers direct expansion of alternative current systems and small chilled water HCUs and HUs, tin, tanner, and below. So for the commercial air conditioning and installation and servicing NC2, the person for the job titles will be the following: commercial air conditioning unit installer, commercial air conditioning unit maintenance technician, commercial air conditioning service technician, or back hour technician. So bali for this nawala na yung para sa commercial refrigeration na title. So the same for the basic competencies. We have considered the 21st century basic skills. For the common competencies, same, no amendments. And then for the core competencies, so maging 4 yung units of competencies instead of 8 kasi the commercial refrigeration was separated. The first unit install air conditioning unit. So there are 4 elements. So beside for installation, number 2, install commercial air conditioning piping systems. Number 3, install commercial air conditioning systems. And number 4, install indoor and outdoor unit and accessories. For the unit number 2, service and maintain commercial air conditioning units, we have 5 elements: prepare for service and maintenance activities, check and adjust air conditioning accessories, controls, and operating systems, maintain lubrication systems in commercial air conditioning units, maintain refrigeration system in commercial air conditioning units, and maintain air distribution systems in commercial air conditioning units. Number 3, competency, troubleshoot and repair commercial air conditioning unit. So the 4 elements are plan and prepare for troubleshooting and repair, identify and repair faults and problems, perform refrigerant recovery on cycling on commercial air conditioning systems, and test run air conditioning units. And then for the last yes, competency, perform startup testing and commissioning for commercial air conditioning units. 2 elements are identified. So prepare for startup, test and commissioning of commercial air conditioning unit, and conduct startup and test and commissioning for standard for commissioning of commercial air conditioning unit. So for the section 3, the nominal training duration, there is also an increase in the total number of hours from 226 to 320 hours. And 400 hours for supervised industrial learning was also included. And then for the training requirements, the first requirement must be a holder of rack servicing or dome rack NC2, or must have at least 2 years work experience in rack servicing. And, he can communicate both oral and written, and can perform basic material implementation, and also must be physically fit. And then for the training facilities, so we have adopted the training total training area for the same for the rock servicing. And then the trainer's qualification. He must be holder of national certificate level 1 in commercial air conditioning, installation, and servicing NC3 or graduate of BTT, BTE, major in rack with commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 certificates. And must be physically and mentally fit, must be computer literate, and must have at least 2 years relevant industry experience within the past 5 years. So for the section 4, qualification of commercial air conditioning, installation and servicing may be attained through demonstration of competence through project type assessment. So full qualification din siya. So wala na yung mga COCs for this.
Okay na?
So assessment shall cover basic, common, and address concurrent with core competence, unit of competencies. So the existing national certificate and certificate of competency of individuals in rack servicing PACO-CRE NC2 will still be in effect until such time that such NC or COC will have expired. Individuals are advised to take the assessment for this amended or updated TR on or before expiration of such certificate. So that's all po. Thank you. May I call my colleague Mr. Paulo Samuñoz for the cuts and assessment fees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Sam. All right. Good morning po once again to all. Allow me to share my screen po. One moment. One moment po. Share screen ko lang po siya. One moment po. Give me 5 seconds. Okay po. All right. So side by side, okay. Good morning once again. So ako po si Paolo Samuñoz. I will be reporting the competency assessment tools and assessment fees for commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 and rack servicing dom rack NC2. Ayan po. I would like to, it was mentioned earlier, I would like to mention again the technical experts from RackTop that help develop the competency assessment tools and the assessment fees. Of course, we have Sir Manuel Azucena, also Chris Bernardino, Sir Lamberto Baldovino, and Sir Ramon Elias Ortiz. Good morning po sa inyo po, mga technical experts po namin, if you are on board. All right. Side by side ko na po siyang i-report since Sir Sam already gave section 4 the overview of section 4, so I will not reiterate more since he already explained it po. So dyan po tayo sa assessment and certification arrangements. This was mentioned a while ago. So project type assessment po. Pagdating po sa commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 and rack servicing dom rack NC2. Halos pareho lang po kasi ang kanyang, kung kinompare po natin ang section 4 nilang pareho, halos ang nakaiba lang po ang qualification title. Ayan po. Almost the same naman po siya. This was already explained by Sir Sam earlier. With the RPL, the provision of the RPL. Same goes with the competency assessor, the qualifications. if I may read again, the practitioner for both, for commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 and rack servicing NC2, the practitioner in the trade area of rack servicing and for the other side from commercial air conditioning for at least 3 years. Practitioner refers to technical experts engaged in teaching or training workers in commercial air conditioning or rack servicing, or to supervisors tasked to lead or manage commercial air conditioning or rack servicing workers, and are able to perform the four competencies in commercial air conditioning and installation, and servicing NC3. Ayan po. So this is the constant one, holder of the NC, or same or higher. Also the entity C1 or COC2 under the training methodologies level 1 or TM1 po. For new applicant competency assessor, he or she must have conducted actual assessment to at least 10 candidates under the supervision of a regional or provincial lead assessor as a part of the capability building of competency assessors. This is for both rack servicing and commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. Okay, this is the illustration of the competency assessment package for rack servicing DOMRAC NC2. Full assessment po to. So the units of competencies are as follows: install domestic refrigeration and air conditioning units, service and maintain domestic refrigeration and air conditioning units, troubleshoot and repair domestic refrigeration and air conditioning systems. So there are two assessment methodologies that will be used: demonstration with oral questioning, which is good for 2 hours, and also written test, which is good for 1 hour, with a total of 3 hours for the full NC. Next, we have for commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3, the units of competency are as follows: install commercial air conditioning unit, service and maintain commercial air conditioning unit, troubleshoot and repair commercial air conditioning unit, and perform startup testing and commissioning for the commercial air conditioning unit. Same with the previous one. The written test is good for 1 hour. And the next is demonstration with oral questioning, good for 2 hours. A total of 3 hours pa rin po siya. For the assessment fees, the technical experts and NTRC along with the test board were able to promulgate these assessment fees for rack servicing NC2. A total of 1,222 pesos for the full. Comparing it to the commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 full, it's 1,441 pesos po. All right, that concludes my presentation for the CATs and assessment fees of commercial air conditioning, servicing and installation NC3 and DOMRAC, rack servicing DOMRAC NC2. Thank you very much po.
Thank you so much, Sir Samuel Calado Jr. and Sir Paulo Sam Munoz for presenting to us the highlights of the TR and CAS of the rack servicing DOMRAC NC2 and commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. Again, we would like to give appreciation to all our presenters for the following qualifications: hairdressing NC2 and NC3, beauty care, nail care services NC2, barbering NC2, rack servicing DOMRAC NC2, commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3.
Muli, maraming salamat po sa ating mga masisipag na sectoral focals from QSO, gayon din sa ating mga technical experts na naglaan ng kanilang oras, dedikasyon upang mapagtagumpayan ang proklamasyon ng 13 kwalifikasyon. As we have heard from our presenters this morning and yesterday, the highlights of the 13 qualifications, let us welcome the QSO Executive Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo, to receive further guidance on the determination of the migration period and the implementation of PRs, CATs, and assessment fees. please bear with us with
Thank
some
you.
technical
Thank you,
questions.
Jack.
Ayan. There you go. Hi, Director Jojo.
Hindi ako maka-unmute dahil hindi ako co-host kanina. Okay, okay lang. So I was just like all the rest of the participants. Now, we have been receiving a lot of questions since the first batch until yesterday on the migration period. And once and for all, to put the issue, to lay the issue to its rest, no? Para maayos na ho ito. We have prepared this, this is an advance information that we are making in connection with the migration period. Wag niyo munang titingnan yung first to yung pink at saka orange, no? Dito tayo sa deployment where we are now. Kung kailan daw yung migration period, because there were lots of questions yesterday. Naka-private message pa sa messenger ko yung mga kaibigan ko na nakakapag-reach sa akin directly. Tinatanong, alin ba ang start ng migration period? Will it be upon the issuance of the IG, or will it be upon the deployment, or there were other questions requesting clarification. Now I asked Sheila of the certification office, and we have the same perspective. So para maging malinaw lahat, the migration period, this will now we are going to issue the corresponding circular on this, setting the migration period starting the day after, the working day after the deployment. So for now, itong mga 13 TRs, the migration period begins on Monday until a year after. So you have a year after to, and then by after a period of 1 year, the implementation of TR SCATs will now be on its full implementation. There were questions. I floated this to some of my friends in the regions, and they were asking, paano ho yung mga nag-migrate na? No problem about it. So yung migration period, kung nag-migrate sila earlier, then that would be fine. I see no problem. In fact, doon sa mga tanong tungkol sa caregiving na nag-surrender ng CTPR, that would not be a problem. We were studying that yesterday, that you just just the same, magpapa-re-register kayo under TC 107. So you can register that under the old TR, and that will still be fine. That will still have the same effect. Kaya isiningit ko ito before the Q&A, para if you have more clarifications about the migration period, you can raise your questions, and then as you do your workshop activity this afternoon, you can already count the migration period. You can already determine the migration period. As you will see here, we will now have a common frame of understanding. Pag sinabing migration period, it starts after the national deployment, and then until a year after. However, starting now, we will be having frequent deployment activities now, national deployment. Kaya if you will now look back dito na sa pink and the orange. So after every conduct of the RLA, susundan lang namin yung natatapos na RLA ng certification office. Yung tatapos na mag-conduct ng RLA is 15 days after the conduct, hintayin lang namin yung RLA ng certification office, and then after the conduct of the RLA 15 days after, we will now issue the implementing guidelines. Kasi kahapon may nagtatanong din sa akin, alin hubang nauuna, deployment or issuance of IG or RLA? Well, at least ma-settle na ito, because these are inherent process in the qualification and standards office. Then you will see downward in the preparation of guidelines. In the preparation of IG, usually yung information sa IG pertains only to the training regulation or the qualification with the TR na dinideploy. But this time, we will be collaborating with the NITES, the NTTA regarding their RLT, and the SIL with the PLO regarding the SIL, and with ROMO regarding scholarship, so that insofar as a practicable, mailagay na ito sa implementing guidelines ng isang training regulation. Para pagdating ng deployment, there will be meaningful questions kung meron mang dapat i-clarify or whatever na itanong para maliwanagan or maging malinaw, then we will all, kasi andito naman kami lahat pagdating ng national deployment. So this is how our deployment process now, and the migration period and the implementation of TRs, CATs, and assessment fees will proceed. Para isa lang ang reference point ng migration period, ng start and end ng migration period. And hindi pa naiano na ba Jack yung link to the TRMIS, Adrian? Na-share na natin sa TR Monitoring Information System. Although I know everybody is familiar with this, but again, for the benefit of the doubt, yung QR code nito, because the TR Monitoring Information System, kung mayroon kayong gustong malaman na information pertaining to the promulgation of the TR, the units of competencies, the availability of CATs and everything, then you can just go to the TRMIS. So, naano na ba yun? Hindi pa na-share kahapon.
Later, Director Jojo, we will present it po, yung QR code po natin para ma-access ng ating mga participants po. My apologies po. We would like to request everyone to keep their mic on mute po. Mic on mute po, so we can have a thorough discussion now.
Naririnig namin yung kwentuhan ninyo. Siguro make it as co-host and then mute all the rest.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay, so I hope ito brief lang. Saan ba yung ano? So brief lang itong information. So I hope this settles all questions pertaining to migration period. Although we will issue the corresponding circular pertaining to this for the guidance of the operating units sa regions, provinces, districts, and doon sa areas. So if you have questions pertaining to this, then during the Q&A, ma-raise ninyo yung so may-raise niyo yung concerns ninyo. Yes, doon sa TRMIS, we are doing our best. Sasabay-sabay yan ma-update, because kapag pumasa na, kapag ma-approve na sa test the board yung resolution on the adjustment of the nominal duration, the training nominal duration, with the integration of the amended CS for basic competencies and integrated with 21st century skills, malilinis na ho lahat yun. So please give us a little more time, kasi ang dami hong ngayong inaayos namin sa QSO in so far as our training regulations are concerned, even with our assessment packages. So if ever may napapansin kayo na may mga typographical error or mayroong mga defective information, please relay the information to us, even to me. Then we can act immediately and then make the necessary adjustments. I will sincerely appreciate all feedback coming from the field, because that way we shall be able to raise the level of our customer satisfaction. Sabi nga ng ating quality policy, we measure our worth by the satisfaction of the customers we serve. Okay, so and to do that, we have to render service. No? So okay, so I think that would be all. Siningit ko lang ito ngayon para kasi ang dami nagtanong. So inayos ko na lang ito, and then eventually mag-i-issue kami ng ano. So again, to recap, no, susundan namin na lahat yung ano. Then we will be coordinating closely with other executive offices. Jack, nag-raise hand si Director Patty, and I'd like to greet Director Patty a very blessed and best happy birthday. She is celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday, Director Patty. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm celebrating my birthday in
With us.
in front of 3 Zoom meetings. I am in 3 meetings now. I just opened this, and fortunately I saw this slides of Director Guillermo. Siguro we just need also some clarification because we did not discuss this, Director Jojo. So we saw this only now. Kasi like what has happened with the caregiver, di ba? We conducted the RLA, and then kung mai-issue yung IG after the RLA, and then mai-issue and then we will conduct the deployment, and then there are pronouncements during the deployment which was not consistent with the IG and the RLA. I think it would be better if the issuance of the IG would be after the deployment, hindi ba? Kasi like you issued statements that were not consistent during the conduct of the RLA, and if there were IGs already issued, paano yun? So yun lang ang based on the discussions kasi yesterday and the other days.
Yeah. Actually, Director Pati, hindi ko pa sana isasama itong pink and orange. Ito lang green, blue and apple green ang concern, kasi ito yung tanong, kailan na ba nagsisimula yung. But nevertheless, I just floated this. Baka meron din silang mga comments and suggestions. And like your suggestion now, we will still have this discuss this in a meeting. Thank you. Jack, you can proceed now.
Ayun. Thank you very much, Director Jojo and Director Patty, for those valuable inputs. And I believe this presentation also signifies as our response in our assistance to our participants' questions to give clarity on the migration period. And we hope that this will aid you in the implementation of these TRs, CATs, and assessment fees. Before we proceed to question and answer portion, may we request everyone to open their cameras so we can have a quick photo opportunity. All right, so as we check, we do have a lot of participants today, this morning, and we really appreciate you being with us. And we hope that we gain new insights on the qualifications that has been presented a while ago. All right, and okay, let us see your sweetest smiles in 3, 2, 1, smile. There we go. Next slide, please. Someone is sharing their screen. May we request? Yeah, there we go. Again, next slide po tayo. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Next up, 3, 2, 1, smile. In 3, 2, 1, smile. And then lastly, we can do that. All right. So lastly, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much to our dear Again, thank you very much, Director Jojo and Director Patty. We greet happy birthday to Director Patty. Let's give her a heart emoticon. Ayan, let's use our emoticon icon here. So we can greet a very happy birthday to our to Director Patty, ang masipag na Executive Director ng Certification Office. And now we will proceed to the question and answer portion. So may we request our participants, or if you have any questions, clarifications, or would you like to inquire on those qualifications that have been discussed even in the yesterday, you may raise it now. Please do use the raised hand button so we can acknowledge you. Also, you may use the chat box. So, and we make sure, we assure our participants that all those questions are noted, are already in our monitoring sheet as well. So, if in case that some questions will not be tackled right now, we will address those in writing. So you will receive a response from us. And and also we would like to remind our participants as well that the questions that will be raised you may include on what specific office or on what or whose sectoral focal, if you know, would you like to address your queries? Let's have it here for a while. I'll check my monitoring. Oh yeah, there we go. Also, with our audience from YouTube, those who are joining us in YouTube, please do utilize our chat box as well. There, our monitoring team, our technical team is also there, as we will take note of those inquiries as well. So here from Ma'am Anisha Losin from YouTube. Ma'am, can we re-register hairdressing NC2 even without reassessment of the trainer? Will file reassessment upon expiration of the NTTC. May we request a response for our concerned focal for hairdressing NC2? Yes, we receive, there we go, from okay, so before we head on, before we acknowledge Ma'am Easy, if I'm correct, Ma'am Easy from NCR, we would like to hear from our sectoral focal in hairdressing NC2 if to give their comment regarding the inquiry of Ma'am Anisha, if they can re-register the hairdressing NC2 even without reassessment of the trainer, and will file reassessment upon expiration of the NTTC. Okay, so far we haven't received any response regarding this, so we'll get back on this one. Miss,
if I may,
yes. Hi, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am.
Of course,
yes, ma'am.
for every renewal, all the trainer certificate must always be valid. So therefore, the trainers must have their current NC.
Thank you.
Before they can register.
Now, I call on Ma'am Tala for the presentation of graduates.
Sorry, magbahina ang boss. Maybe I can just reflect on the screen, the chat box, our response to that, Jack.
Ayan, hello po. Okay, you can hear me now?
Okay.
All
Jack,
right.
we can just reflect the response here at the chat box.
In the chat box, ma'am. Since the inquiry is through YouTube, please do allow me to read it as well po.
Yes.
Ayan. So, I believe that Ma'am Anisha is, yan, she's viewing via YouTube po. So, anyway, but again, thank you very much, Ma'am Sol, for that response. We will now proceed to Ma'am Easy. Ma'am Easy of NCR, you may unmute yourself. Before that
Morning
po
po.
pala, ayan, good morning.
Thank you
Please do
po.
unmute, please do mute po ha sa ating, for the rest of the participants who are, please do make sure that you mute your microphone po para dire-diretso yung discussion. Thank you very much. Ma'am Easy, yan.
Morning po,
Going back
IZ
to you.
ma'am,
IZ
NCR po.
pala, my apologies ma'am.
Ang may i-confirm ko lang po regarding doon sa yung sa determination natin ng migration. Po, thank you po kasi clear na siya ngayon. Ang question ko lang po, nagsa-start po ito dito sa itong batch ng dineploy ngayon. Tama po. Sa lahat ng mga programs na qualifications na dineploy ngayon, ito na yung magsisimula tayo na ang determination natin ng migration period is yung national deployment. Tama po.
Yes, IZ, yes.
Okay po. So technically po yung programming Java kasama dito, ngayon pa lang magsa-start yung migration period niya.
Yes.
Kasi kahapon kasama siya kasi doon sa for lapsed migration period, medyo na ano po ako na tawag dito. na-rattle ng konti. Kasi meron pa kaming hindi na pa-migrate and may ongoing pa po. So yun po yung concern ko. So kung ito naman po, so technically pwede pa silang mag-run for a year. So yun lang po, thank you po.
Yes. At saka just feel free to to reach us, IC.
Thank you po.
Anytime. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Jojo, for that response for the inquiry of Ma'am IZ. Salamat din po, Ma'am IZ, for raising that concern po. Again, we would like to assure our participants that we'll be providing the presentations from yesterday and also today po for your reference, as well as later, just like what have Director Jojo said a while ago, we will be also giving you the QR code for the TRMIS for further reference po. Okay, so we will now proceed to the next question here. From Region 1, given by Ma'am Carmesita Lopez, yun po bang senaryo sa caregiving ay mag-a-apply din sa automotive, servicing NC2 and aquaculture?
Nandyan si Edwin.
For a while po.
Yes, sir.
He is,
Yeah. I remember meron tayong this was our discussion na inalis yung automotive servicing.
Inalis ko doon sa na purely
Caregiving.
Caregiving na lang yung ilalabas na amendments doon sa yung pending sa test the board natin.
So yung automotive hindi kasama, hindi yung sa caregiving hindi applicable sa automotive yung arrangement. Kasi yan ang tinatanong. I was expecting that question. Sige, so okay, Jack. So
okay,
the answer is yung ano natin sa caregiving is only for caregiving. Kasi merong ibang reasons na I cannot just recall as of the moment. Yung sectoral focal being sa inyo yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. So far kasi wala namang concern about the automotive. Iba po kasi yung pagkaka-line up po nung mga competencies. The way it was amended is not like the case of the caregiving. So that's why we have to treat it differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Bing, Sir Edwin, and also Director Jojo for that response. Again, this is if tama po ang understanding ko, caregiving is different po, no, from automotive servicing and also aquaculture. Yung scenario po with caregiving and C2 po. Okay, so we'll now move forward to the inquiry of Sir Rene from NCR regarding dome works and caretaker. If I'm not mistaken po, tama po ba? Regarding DOW po yun sinabi niya. I believe this is dome works and caretaker. We had difficulty. Hello? Can you still hear me po? Ayan, nagkaroon lang ng brownout po rito. Ayun. Anyway, okay, so moving forward. Regarding dome works and caretaker, ano pong pwedeng industry partner para sa pag-conduct ng mandatory SIF? Hello po, can you still hear me? Hello po, can you still hear me? My apologies, we had technical difficulty here. Hello?
Narinig naman.
There we go.
Yes, Jack,
Hi.
narinig.
Yes, thank you po. Salamat po. Again, our apologies. We had a technical difficulty a while ago. So again, for this inquiry, tama po na we will
solar lights, our home, for the venue.
Hello, good morning po, no? Nagkaroon lang po ng konting technical problem po sa central office. So please bear with us po, no? Huwag po tayong bibitaw po sa ating sa ating programa po. So let's just wait lang po, no, na dito na makabalik po lahat ang ating presenters and ang yung ating pong mga organizers in our program for today. Okay. So, yan na po. Miss Lai, are we good in the central office now?
Hello, hi, good morning, Sir Anthony. At the
Yes.
moment po, our connections are not yet restored. We
Okay.
are using data po, personal data, ano po itong gamit natin. So again,
Yes,
our
yes.
apologies to our Okay po. Okay, for a while lamang po, no? Give us time lang po to set up everything again. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so for our dear participants, please bear with us. So, siguro nagkaroon lang po ng konting reset, no? Reset ng internet in the central office.
Ayan, thank you very much, Sir
Ayan,
Anthony,
we're back.
for that.
Okay, so hello, Miss Jack.
Yes,
I'll give the
we're
floor
back.
to you.
Hello po.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, Sir Anthony po. Again, our apologies, nagkaroon lang po ng, nawalan po, nag-down po ang internet natin dito sa central office. So, ayun po, with the effect of biglang nag-brown out po kanina. So again, as we continue our question and answer version a while ago po, yan, as we continue on that, kanina po, as I remember, with an inquiry regarding on the dom works, domestic work, and also in caregiving and C2, if we will, is there provision for the industry partners on relative to the mandatory SIL? We would like to hear However, yun nga lang, baka nagko-connect lang din sila sa internet. Perhaps, some of our colleagues here who may also respond to that inquiry. Ayun po. So far naman po, ayan. Mukhang, ayun nga lang po, apparently, most of our colleagues po yata are still working their connection at this time. So please do keep it coming lang po yung ating mga questions po. Ayan, as much as we can po, we will gather all your questions. We also would like to assure our participants po that all your questions are taken, are noted po, and also we will make sure po that we will answer all your inquiries, and we will deliver it to the respective office concerned po. Yan. So we will send also in writing as a response po dun po sa mga inquiry nila to give clarity rin po. And also this is a way for us to assist our institutions po, ang mga TTIs and TBIs po. Again, we also, ayun po, so any response po, baka naka-ready. Hello po. Hi, Ma'am Barbie.
Hi, Jack. Sige. I think, baka pati yung other executive offices natin are still connecting. Malamang yan, buong central
Yes
office
po,
yung
Ma'am. Opo, buong central, Ma'am, kanina eh. Opo, biglang nawala ng connection.
Alright. Sige, Jackie, ano lang natin. Meron kasi isang question. Isang question here sa chat box from Elixir, no? Sabi niya, good morning, Miss Alma B. Aguilar of Upskilled Learning Center Incorporated from Region 10. So, for clarification lang po, can we still apply the existing nail care NC3 qualification, knowing it is not included in the 13 qualifications for deployment? Actually, hi Ma'am Alma, good morning po, and thank you for your question. One of my colleagues po, si Miss Sarah, bali sectoral focal din po namin dito sa QSO, answered din po your question sa chat box. Ang sagot po is, just to reiterate, no RLA, no deployment. So for the beauty care, nail care NC3 po, wala pa po siyang RLA. Kaya po hindi namin siya naisama dito sa deployment po na ito. So with your question, if pwede nyo pang i-continue ang pag-offer po nito, yes po, you can still continue po until po magkaroon ng RLA. And as mentioned po ni Sir Jojo, there will be slight changes po sa migration period. So from this point on po, magsa-start po ang migration ng NC3 pag na-deploy na po natin. So for now, until then po, you can still continue to offer po and apply the NC3 po natin. So yan. So hopefully po clear na sagot po namin, Ma'am Alma, your query.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Barbie, for that. Salamat din po. All right, so here we have in the chat box from Ma'am Rebecca, may I ask on the assessment fee on bread and pastry po pala ito. We will take note of this, Ma'am Rebecca, no? However, we would like to focus on the discussions on the 13 qualifications to be deployed po. Ayun. But again, we will take note of this, ma'am. But I believe ayun po. This will be responded through writing po. Ayan, there you go.
Yeah. Jack, the assessment fees are available sa TRMIS natin. Yung mention kanina ni Sir Jojo na ipapa-share kay Adrian later on, no, yung QR code.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes po, ipa-flash din po natin sa screen.
Yes, opo, ma'am. So your query niyo regarding the assessment fee, you'll find that po later on po pagka naka-up na po yung ating tech support, we'll share the QR code. Tapos nandun na po available, lahat po ng mga available na merong mga assessment fees natin and all the rest of the information about the TRs po na meron ang TESDA. So, thank you po.
Yan, salamat po, Ma'am Barbie. Again, we will show the QR code for our TRMIS in a while lang po. I think that will be in the afternoon po. So, will be, ayun, give me a minute lang po. Okay, so I'll transfer lang din po dun sa place ko. Thank you very much po.
For the next question po, good morning. Cleo Diomampo, trainer in Palawan. We took and passed the virtual national assessment for RLA hairdressing NC2 migrated last February. But until we have not any updates regarding our NC2 and possible deployment, please help. Maybe request po, sectoral local or from CEO if to respond po sa ating query.
Dito na ba? Janet, are you here? Janet or Nash? Where are you? Sige, we'll look into that. Kasi alam ko after each RLA, we always distribute the NCs after the RLA. So, but anyway, we'll see. We'll ask Janet or Nash, and they will reply na lang sa chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Director Patty. And for the next question, do we have any further questions from our participants with regard po sa presented? Yes, Ma'am Barbs.
May and Jack, baka nawala, I don't know if hindi nyo na-capture during baka na nag-down yung ating ano dyan sa central office, no? So meron dito, from Region 10, hold on, I'll check. From Region 10, PTC-CDO, Ms. Lalaine Andam, on, let me read the question on behalf of my colleagues. On hairdressing NC2 assessment, so this is about the assessment po, the total number of hours for the full qualification exceeds the 8-hour allotted for the day. The time allotted per COC totaled to almost 13 hours. How can a candidate finish the assessment without extending the time? So that's the question from Ms. Lalaine po.
Yeah, Barbie, may I?
Yes po, Ma'am. So go ahead po.
Okay. Lalaine, good morning. Okay, this is Sol. Okay, for the hairdressing NC2, we do not have a full qualification assessment. Wala po tayong full assessment dyan because of the fact that the COCs, when they are totaled, this is the fact that there are, I think, 4 COCs for the qualification. And of course, pagka tayo ay more than 8 hours, hindi po tayo pwede mag-conduct ng full assessment. Therefore, ang ating pong tatag dyan ay by COC ang assessment natin. Okay. So, maaring ang need lang ng candidate or we can schedule assessment provided that they will not exceed the 8 hours that is required of us during the conduct ng assessment. So we can combine COCs, depende rin yan sa application ng ating candidate. But yun nga, Lalaine, we want to underscore na wala po tayong full qualification for hairdressing NC2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much po, Ma'am Sol and Ma'am Barbs, for those responses po dito po sa inquiry ni Ma'am Lalaine. Ayan, thank you very much po. Also, let's see. Ayan, the attendance link is also here in the chat box po. You may access that po. Also, if there's any other inquiry pa po sa ating mga kasama. Ayan, there we go. Thank you, Ma'am Barbs. Ayun, our apologies po actually when we get back here in the Zoom, nag-refresh po lahat. pati po yung sa chat box po. So we can go back dun po sa last na mga inquiry po ng ating mga participants. And here from Rebecca, good AM, last February may hairdressing RLA assessment that was conducted virtually pero wala pong na-receive na certificate yung nag-attend. Saan po kaya kami pwede magtanong about it? Maraming salamat po. Again, this is on the hairdressing RLA assessment. I believe this is addressed to certification office po. Good AM, last February, may hairdressing RLA assessment that was conducted virtually pero wala pong na-receive na certificate yung nag-attend. Saan po kaya kami pwede magtanong about it? Maraming salamat po.
Nasagot na yan, Jack, ni Director
Nasagot na
Pat.
po. Okay po. Opo. Thank you, Director Jojo. Salamat po. Ayan. Dito po from Ma'am Rose Ann, once po na na-conduct ng RLA, na-deploy na po ang IG, as lang po kung magre-renew po ng NC sa amended qualification, susundan din po ba namin yung date ng migration period na hanggang sa period lang na yun kami allowed magre-renew po? Salamat. This is on the ito po again from Ma'am Rose Ann. Once po na na-conduct na ang RLA, na-deploy na po ang IG, as lang po kung magre-renew po ng NC sa amended qualification, susundan din po ba namin yung date ng migration period na hanggang sa period lang po na yun kami allowed magre-renew po? Maraming salamat po. This is on the relative pa rin po with RLA po.
Renewal ng NC yan,
Renewal
Jack.
ng NC po? Opo. Yes, sir. We would like to hear a response po from certification office po. Perhaps again, those inquiries po na hindi po na mabibigyan ng response or sagot po. This time we will take note of those and we will coordinate it with the concerned office po. And then we will send a response to that in official writing. Ito po, clarification from Nemi. Ayun. Clarification from Ma'am Nemi. Pag nakuha na po ba ang lahat ng COC sa hairdressing, ia-apply na lang po ba ng conversion into NC2 ng candidate para po sa pagkakaroon niya ng NC2 certificate? Tama po ba yun? Yan. May we hear a response po sa ating mga sectoral focal po on hairdressing? Ma'am Sol, yes po?
Yes, if I may. Okay. Yes, per policy, yung ating pong mga na-complete na po niya ang COC, ay i-convert po to sa national certificate. Okay, so meron po tayong ginagawang polisiya ngayon na ang pag-apply po ng national certificate, wala kasi tayong nahihirapan tayo sa T2MIS na recognition ng NC niya. So therefore, ang gagawin po natin ngayon, magkakaroon po ng application for the national certificate para ma-recognize po yung lahat po ng COC niya be now converted to national certificate. So maglalabas po tayo ng polisiya niyan para maging malinaw din po ng yung conversion na sinasabi from the completion of the COCs to be able to be recognized sa national certificate po natin.
Ayan, maraming salamat Ma'am Sol for that response regarding on hairdressing po. Okay, and also we would like to thank Ma'am Nemi for that inquiry po. Okay po, so Sir Elixir, I'm sorry if I'm right po, no? Sir Elixir, hello po again. Upon deployment of Nail Care NC2, may we know kung kailan magkakaroon ng RLA dito sa Davao del Norte Province? Again po from Sir Elixir. Yes po.
Regional concern niyan.
Regional concern na rin po. Okay po. So, but we will take note of this. Definitely, we will take note of this, Sir Elixir. And then we will coordinate this po, with the proper office po. All right. So here at the moment, please do keep it coming lang po. If you have any clarifications, this is the best time for our participants to we also welcome suggestions or comments din po. But please do limit it to the 13 qualifications only. Yung related lang po sa 13 qualifications. All right, so while waiting for other inquiries pa po as we move forward, please do don't forget to access your attendance form today. Also, please do make sure that that the naming convention suggested a while ago will be followed po, so that we will properly address you and we would recognize on what region you are from, as this will be needed later on the workshop mechanics. Okay, from Ma'am Rebecca of Region 4B, last year of December, sama po ba sa hairdressing? Wala din pong na-receive na certificate, yung COC po, di nila nare-receive. Sabi po kasi ipapadala through email. Pero until na wala pa po, virtual din po yung assessment. This is regarding hairdressing po, no? Yung assessment po or certificate yung COC. Okay. So if I captured it right, Ma'am Rebecca, this is regarding doon sa hindi pa po nare-receive ngayon yung certificate relative to that COC on hairdressing po. Yes, Ma'am Mel Chris po.
Ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am Rebecca. Opo. Hello, ma'am.
Caregiving po yun, ma'am. Caregiving.
This is caregiving.
Yes, ma'am. The same po na nangyari. Newborn po, sa bago na po siyang TR. Newborn po to preschool ang kanilang napasahan. Pero hindi pa rin po sila nakatanggap ng kanilang COC. Thank you po.
And we will pick up your concern and we will personally attend to it.
Yan, thank you very much, Director Jojo, for assuring that we will take note, that we will respond on the inquiry of Ma'am Rebecca. Salamat po, Ma'am Rebecca. Okay, so dito po, I'll just read it. Kay Ma'am Evelyn of Region 5, related po ito sa handloom weaving, which was presented yesterday. In the handloom weaving is abaca fiber, one of the materials to be used in weaving. Thank you, Ma'am Evelyn Gianan of Testa Catanduanes. And here we receive a response from Ma'am Cherry, our colleague here in QSO, and also the sectoral focal for creative industry. Regarding handloom po, yes po, kasama ang abaca as one of the materials in weaving. All right, let's... Okay, there we go. There you have it, our question and answer portion for this morning. Again, we would like to thank Director Jojo, Director Patty, also for the rest of the QSO sectoral focals on responding the inquiries of our of our dear participants. Again, due to time constraints po, we will take note of those questions that have not received any response po from the respective resource persons or office. We will take note of those and we will coordinate it with them, and you will receive an official response from us. And now we will move forward. We will now move forward to the workshop mechanics, workshop proper. And we would like to call on Ma'am Bernadette Odihe, the acting chief of the QSO-CSDD, regarding the workshop mechanics for setting up the training and assessment infrastructure.
Yes, a blessed good morning to everyone again. So I'm here to present the workshop mechanics, which will be conducted this afternoon. So for us to have an advanced information and okay. So to proceed, okay. So every region will be assigned in a room during the breakout session to prepare their implementation plan for the newly promulgated TRs, CATs, and AF. So ito na po yung 13. This will be our concentration. And then next is each region will assign a team leader to direct the discussion. So each one should have a facilitator and to lead the discussion, and at the same time a documentation officer to do the documentation. And then third one is QSO regional focus. So later on we'll see our regional focus from the QSO. We also be delegated to each room to handle queries during the session. So may assign po kaming mga focus. Can we show the next slide please? So our QSO regional focus will be aware of the respective region. So ito po ang magiging sectoral po kami, the QSO people that will handle the queries. Kung may mga question po tungkol doon sa how to accomplish the implementation plan and other matters, then dito po they will be boarding po doon sa mga each room, in each breakout rooms. So for the CSDD and the CPSDD, we have our own respective assigned focals. Okay, so take note of that. And then for our number 4, next is of course the template on the regional implementation plan will be used during the workshop. And then the regions will be given 1.5 hours to prepare their respective implementation plan through accomplishing the template. So simula mamayang 1 o'clock na yun when you enter 1.5 hours. Then among you have to choose a representative for each region that shall be assigned for the presentation, and this will be done per island. So Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, each island will have a representative. Okay, may I request po na i-mute po natin ang ating mga microphones so magkaintindihan po tayo. Maraming salamat. So as I was saying, so a representative for the bawat island po, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, may pipiliin po tayo at nakahanda na po ang ating pong way o yung parang roleta who will be presenting. So everybody should be prepared mamaya po. And then number 7, the team leader will present, of course, somebody from the group. I think it's also the team leader who led the discussion will be the one presenting the implementation plan during the plenary session. And then for the output submission, a shared folder will be provided by our technical team sa QSO. So lahat po ng output, lahat ng accomplished na implementation plan will be lodged po doon sa ating shared folder na to. Then finally, as yung pong ating mga QSO regional focal will also do monitoring yung po sa submitted regional implementation plan and make some follow-up on the progress of the implementation. Okay, so that's it. And I'll be, for the next slide, this will be the template. So as you can see, regional implementation plan. So we have the 13 qualifications for the first row. And for the next row, we have setting up. We need to have a regional implementation plan for the setting up of our, this is supposed to be training infrastructure. My apology for that. Training infrastructures. So for the training infrastructures, below that, may apat pa rin po tayo na row, which is implementation or action, then timelines, emerging issues, and then target number of your TBIs. Now, for the next row, which is setting up the assessment infrastructures. So yung isa po sa training ha, correct na lang po namin yan. Our apology for that. Implementation action plan ulit po kung anong gagawin natin, then timelines, and then what are still the emerging issues concerning that when we are setting up our assessment infrastructures, and also the target number of assessment centers per region. So ganito po ang ating template, and at the same time at the bottom line meron tayong we need to affix the signature of the following, yung press focal po sa region ng ating focals, and then this will be recommended by and signed by the ROD chief and will be approved by the regional director. Yan po, we need to affix the signature of this person or people for this regional implementation plan. So that's it. I think that's the last slide. So thank you so much for listening. So
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Bing, for providing us the mechanics for setting up the training and assessment infrastructure. You'll be assigned po in your respective breakout rooms to consolidate your responses po sa provided template. And then we will resume at 1 p.m. to continue with the workshop.
Ay, yung template pala.
The template will be provided po sa chat box. Thank you.
Again, we would like to thank you very much, Ms. Mai. Again, we would like to request our participants as we will open the breakout rooms now, so you can start with the workshop proper. We would like to request our participants here to change their name, to change their naming convention here in our platform. Make sure that you indicate on what region you are in, so we would know on what room you will be assigned. There are, yes, please do note on the naming convention here in the chat box, so you will be guided, and also our technical support will deliver you to the corresponding breakout room. And also, we will be providing here in the chat box our implementation plan. This is the template. So there we go. You can access on that. Please do let us know if you have any challenge on accessing the said template. Again, as I look at the naming convention of our participants here in the plenary hall, I've seen there are participants who haven't changed their naming convention. Again, we would like to request our participants to change their naming convention in the prescribed format below. There we have it. Please do let us know if you have already accessed the template for the implementation plan, or if you have any difficulty, please do let us know, so our technical team will be assisting you. If you have any questions as well, thank you very much, Ma'am Bing, for that very well discussion on the workshop mechanics. If you have any clarification for the workshop mechanics, please do raise your hand right now. You may also use the chat box to address it to Ma'am Bing. Thank you very much, Ma'am Mary of Region 9. Done na po, successfully downloaded. All right, so it's already 11:20 in the clock, and then we'll have the presenters in the afternoon. So for our participants to start off, uh, delivering their template or doing their template, we'll be opening now the breakout rooms po. So again, we request our participants to change their naming convention here in the platform, so we can deliver you to your respective breakout room. As also this will, and then we'll see each other again later in 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Maraming salamat po. Again, may we remind our participants here in the plenary hall to change their naming convention po. Please do indicate on what region they are in. However, if meron po silang difficulty on changing their there we go. We have, ayan si Ma'am Ana. Ma'am Ana, allow us to change your, allow us to change your name po. Yan, para ma-deliver na po namin kayo sa inyong room. There we go. All right, si Ma'am Ana is in Region 11. Ayan, please do wait from our technical support po. Yan, dadali na po namin kayo sa inyong respective room. Also, we have here kay Ma'am Levita. Ma'am Levita, allow us again to change your name po. Ayan, si Ma'am Levita, she's in Region 4A. Yan, para may kasama na siya. Hi, Ma'am Shirley. Ma'am Shirley, you are still here in the plenary po. Please do, ayan, join natin si Ma'am Shirley. Hi, Ma'am Shirley. Yes po, nakita po ba nila na nag-prompt na po kung saang room na po sila sa Region 1?
Hindi pa po ako nakapasok, ma'am, doon, ma'am. Teka pa.
Hindi po makapasok si Ma'am. Opo, Ma'am Shirley, ayun, our technical support team will be with you po. Ayun, ihahatid po nila kayo sa Region 1 na breakout room po. Yan, papaantay na lang po.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Shirley.
Yes, ma'am.
Opo.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, ma'am.
Hindi rin ako maka-access. Masyado nang puno yung aking cellphone. So, sa
Ma'am
Region 6
Ana.
ako.
Opo,
Region 6.
Ma'am Ana, you are one of our experts, tama po? Ma'am
Opo.
India? Oh, okay. Sige, Ma'am India, no? Yan, for our technical experts, oo nga po pala. Again, napakasigasig talaga ng ating mga technical experts being with us here. Opo, so, okay, will be, yun po, sige po. Please do allow me to, inquire po kay Ma'am Bing kung ano po yung
Oo.
next step
Pero
po para sa
yung
ating mga...
sa CBC, dalawa lang ang expert na nakalist. Si Josie at saka si Alice Panares. Oo, yung
Opo.
official. Oo. So, pwede naman
okay.
sila na rin. Oo, hindi na ako kailangan mag-join in sa breakout room.
Actually, ang ating mga technical experts, yun po yung itatanong ko po sa natin kila Ma'am Bing. I'll get back to you agad. Just give me a minute po, ma'am. Ayun,
Opo.
pupunta lang po ako
Okay
kay
lang
Ma'am.
po kung kasi
Okay.
dalawa rin ang required lang yata sa And then Rose, I think, is there also, pero different region siya. Although, kami iba-iba ang region eh.
Opo.
Oo. Nasa
Sige
region
po.
6 ako.
Regions. Okay po.
Then the rest is sa Manila Luzon na area.
Okay po. Sige
Oo.
po, ma'am.
Okay.
Po, for a while lang po, ma'am, I'll also
Okay po.
ask the inquiry. Opo. Also,
Sige
ayun
po.
po. Thank you, Ma'am India. Ayan, for a while lang
Okay,
po. And
thank you din
also,
po.
Opo, and also a reminder as well for our QSO colleagues here. You may now visit your regional focals po kung saang room po sila assigned din for you to assist our participants there po. Maraming salamat. Ayan, muli magandang umaga po. Sa ating mga kasama po rito ng mga technical experts, we truly appreciate your time with us, and I believe you are one of our we believe that you are one of the pillars on the training regulation that has been developed po dito po sa 13 qualifications po natin. And we are thankful, we are truly grateful for your time here with us po, in joining us here in the national deployment po. With this, we would like to let you know po that you can already leave the room na rin po, leave the meeting na rin po. Since na the next activity is for the institutions na po yun, kasi we would like to know what will be their action plan po after or what will be their next action plan relative to the deployment of the 13 qualifications po. So ayun, again, we are grateful. We would like to thank all our technical experts being with us for this the two-day national deployment program po. Muli maraming salamat po. Ma'am Bing, yes po?
Yeah, we'd just like to again extend our thank you, our sincerest thank you for our technical experts and our executive officers for being so supportive in this deployment activity. So we are looking forward dun sa ating mga next deployment that you will still be with us in all our projects for TR development, CATS development, and formulation of assessment fee as well as during the deployment. So maraming salamat po. God bless everyone and we'll see you again po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Ma'am Bing, for that. And we give our high respect to our technical experts po. Maraming salamat. Also, ayan po, opo, oo nga, Ma'am Bing, nawala rin po ako. Of course, we would like to thank our executive offices, our representatives from executive offices who've been with us as well to join us here and also to assist our participants po with regards to their concerns po on those qualifications, even on the SIL, the RLA, in the number of hours on those training regulations. Maraming salamat po muli. And ayun po, you may leave the meeting na rin po. Ayun, muli maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much po.
Miss Jack?
Yes po, Sir Anthony.
Yes, we have a lot of participants still in the plenary. So maybe we could advise them to follow the naming convention so that the technical team would transfer them to their respective rooms.
Yes, right. Thank you very much, Sir Anthony, on that. Yes, as I observe as well here in our in the list of participants. Yes, please do note on the naming convention here stated here in the chat box. Please be guided on that. All right. So there we have it. Okay, and please do wait. We would like to ask for your patience as well to our participants na ma-transfer po sila sa kanilang mga respective breakout rooms. And our QSO colleagues will also be with you to assist you in kung paano po natin bubuin itong template na ito. Again, we would like to remind also our participants here that later on we will have a presentation from selected regions from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And sorry po na disconnect unstable internet. Yes, Ma'am Jessila, this is also noted. Okay, yes, there are some of the regions who have also difficulty in connecting in the internet din po. We truly understand that. Also, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Sir AG. Yeah, here in the chat box, you may also access the implementation plan template. Please do let us know if there's any difficulty that you are encountering. Ma'am Anisha, please do allow us to change your name po dito dito sa ating platform po. Ayan. So our technical support team will be guided kung saan po kayo ipapadala na room. All right, we still have 112 participants here. Again, our QSO colleagues will visit those respective breakout rooms to provide assistance for our participants here. We'll see each other at 1 p.m. Have a great lunch, everyone. Oh, this is not just a lunch, but maybe some of us will choose to have a working lunch then. So I hope you still enjoy your sumptuous lunch, even if na meron din po tayong mga kailangan lang din gawin. Rest assured po for those na nawala po sa breakout room, our team will deliver you po to your respective breakout room po. All right, so here we go. Yes, there are some na hindi po sila makapasok. Just wait for our technical support po na dalhin po sila sa kanilang respective breakout room. Meron pa po ba? Yes, Ma'am Ma'am Cherry is also asking kung meron pa po ba tayong mga kasama rito from Region 1 po. Region 1 and Region 5. May mga kasama pa po ba tayo rito from Region 1 and Region 5? Also, kung meron po mga kasama rito na nasa Region 2 and Caraga, please do raise your hand din po. So we will take note on that, and then we will deliver you to your respective room.
Hello, si Simi? Hello. Si Simi? Si Simi? Amy? Hello? Hello? Uy, sige, sige. Thank you, sir. Hello? Hmm? Hello, Amy? Pwede rin ako.
So, naiba yung pananaw ng umabot yung matingin sa sa tao over the country actually. This
Zaire on the track, boy. JC on the track, boy. on the track, boy.
Ako from I foster. We would like to know the status of the implementation plan po. Yung kasing may nag-ecruise sa last. Hi, Ma'am Juliet. Hello po, Ma'am Lerma.
Then, magawa ka ng Adrian
Good afternoon po. Ma'am, nagtanong po. Yung status po na.
Excuse me po.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon
Yes, Ma'am
po,
Shirley.
ma'am. Ma'am, pwede po ma'am dun sa breakout room ng Region 1. Na-disconnect po.
Sige, ma'am. I-transfer po natin ikaw po.
Yes, ma'am.
And to all participants po na wala rin po sa breakout room nila, let us know lang po kung saan para mailagay po natin. Thank you po. Ma'am Shirley, for a while lang po.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Draft lang naman din po. Ito file po, okay lang naman din po.
Hello po, Ma'am Shirley.
yun naman
Na-assign na po natin
If
sila
it's
sa
okay
Region
lang naman.
1.
Kung
You
hindi
can
po,
join na po. And sa lahat po ng nagme-message sa chat,
if okay lang po,
ita-transfer na po natin. For a while lang po.
yun.
Good afternoon po everyone. To those po na merong problem po sa pagpasok sa mga breakout rooms nila, to continue the breakout session, the workshop po, let us know lang po so we can assist. Thank you po. Good afternoon po everyone to all our participants. Sa lahat po na may problem po sa pag-join sa kanilang mga breakout room, let us know po para ma-help po tayo ng ating technical support. Thank you.
Sama po natin mamaya.
All right, here in the main hall are some of our participants who haven't joined yet in their respective breakout rooms. So please do confirm once you see in your screen that you have to you have to join in a certain breakout room. So for our participants and for our viewers in the YouTube, we would like to thank you for staying with us. And at this point, at this juncture, we are now here in Zoom. For the participants here in Zoom, we have breakout rooms that has ongoing workshop which they accomplish an implementation plan that they will be conducting that will serve as an action plan that they will be conducting those 13 training regulations. Again, maraming salamat po. And if you have any clarifications, inquiries relative to those 13 qualifications, please do let us know. Please use the chat box there in YouTube, and then our technical team will take note of those, and we will cascade it to the concerned office, and we will respond to you in writing. Maraming salamat. Again, to our dear participants who will be joining in the respective breakout rooms, we would like to ask them to confirm through when you see you see a pop-up a pop-up in your screen inviting you to be part of a breakout room. Please do confirm that, so you will join on your respective breakout rooms po. So again, to our participants who are here in the main hall, please do confirm. There's an invitation that will pop up on your screen due to the with our technical support staff who assigns you at this point. However, we cannot process your transfer if you do not confirm. If you do not confirm with your transfer onto the breakout room that you will be part of. Ayun po. Okay, si Ma'am Socorro Bulatao, she's from CAR. Ma'am, our team will transfer you there. Please do please do confirm that po. Ayan, Ma'am Socorro, she is from CAR po. For Sir Jake po, he is part of the Region 1. Yan, you will be transferred po. For others po, again, we will transfer you to your respective breakout rooms, but please do confirm that then as well, kasi we cannot thoroughly transfer you if you do not confirm on your end. So ayun po. From Region 3 as well, si Ma'am Aida. Please do note that our technical team is also they are also monitoring our chat box. So we see all your responses dito, and we can, yes po, here we go. There are some also who asked to transfer them on the respective breakout rooms. Again, we are reminding our participants that once you see a pop-up a pop-up screen there that is asking you to transfer or to be invited in a breakout room. Please do confirm that. Yan, so we can process your transfer. Okay, we have here from Region 4A. Also, we would like to ask our participants that you indicate in your naming convention that you indicate what region you are in. So that would be for us to easily recognize on what region you belong. We have here from Region 10. Yes po, this is also noted. Anyone else pa po?
Ma'am, Region 2 po.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Elena. Yes, hi Ma'am Elena Narciso. Yeah. All right, our team is already they're already doing na po yung pagta-transfer ng ating mga participants po on the respective breakout rooms.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have to accept, please do make sure that you accept, okay, the invitation of transferring you to your respective breakout room po. We have here from NCR then, si Sir Paul. Okay, we see on your chat po yung ating mga, of course, our technical team here is on board. They are doing their monitoring then as well sa ating mga participants po. Yun. Again, as reflected po, there are some participants who requested to be transferred. However, I believe, I don't know if have you seen the confirmation or the invitation that you will be transferred to your breakout room po. Ayan. Meron po ba rito meron po ba rito na hindi nakikita yon yung invitation po na makapag-transfer po sila? Ayan. So again, thank you Miss Mai. To our dear participants, kindly accept, confirm the invitation to your respective breakout rooms. Yes, kasi meron pong lalabas po dyan sa kanilang screen that will be asking you to confirm that we will transfer you to your respective room. However, we cannot accomplish that pag hindi po nila kino-confirm in your end. Just like this one on your screen, your name, our technical staff is inviting you to join your region. Ganun po siya. And then you click on join. Ganun po siya. So if you do not confirm that, thus, therefore, we cannot transfer you. So again, to our dear participants, please do confirm by joining the breakout room where you will be assigned. Yan, thank you very much for acknowledging Ma'am Madeline from CAR. Yan, again po ha, it will pop up on your screen po that our technical team is inviting you to join, to be part of that breakout room. So you click on join lamang po para ma-process po natin yung pag-transfer nyo. Automatic naman din po yun once you click join. Yan, you may click join. Alright, tama Miss Mai. Yes, you click on join po. Join icon.
Hello ma'am, good afternoon. Nasaan yung join ma'am?
Okay. Good afternoon, Sir Fred. Sir Fred, from what region po para ma-assign po natin?
Car ma'am, Car Abra.
For a while po.
Yes sir, nasa deployment ako. Sa BR namin. Okay sir.
Ma'am, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, Sir Armando, Sir Fred.
Ma'am, pa-join po sa Region 2.
Region 2. Noted, sir. Sir, sa mga and ma'am, sa mga nag-request po to join their respective breakout rooms, magsasend po yung aming technical support ng invitation. Kindly click lang po yung join. So, para po makapasok po sa rooms. Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Thank you po. Lang po. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Si Sir Jaime, tsaka si Ma'am Crisel po.
Good afternoon po. Sa ating participants po who requested to be invited, our tech support team already invited you. Just waiting po to confirm the invitation so that mapunta na po tayo sa ating respective breakout rooms.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Hello, Ma'am Isabel. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, wala
Ma'am,
akong receive
naririnig.
na asking me to join yung aking breakout group. Region 2 po, ma'am.
Region 2, ma'am, for a while lang po.
Opo, yes ma'am, actually ito po. Ito po yung ating link.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, car po, Maria Socorro Bulataw. Palagay po ako sa breakout room ng car. Mamutod.
Hi, ma'am. Okay na po. Pa-accept na lang po.
Ma'am, wala pa lumalabas na accept.
Sige pa,
Pati
wait
rin
lang po.
Pati yung sa region po, ma'am, wala pong lumalabas.
Walang lumalabas. Sige,
pati
wait
po-
lang po
Pati po sa Region 3, wala din po.
Okay po, wait lang po.
Next qualification.
Same here, car din po.
I'll take note of that.
Noted, ma'am.
Sabi ko rin.
Sorry po for the inconvenience.
Kasi talaga, parang for QSO po siya. Ayan pong ano natin. Opo, may mga aaralin.
Meron. Yeah.
Hello ma'am, pa-assist din, Fred Baronia ng car. Wala pa yung breakout room namin.
Good afternoon po. We're currently experiencing po technical difficulties. For that, we do apologize po for a while lang, sir.
No, ma'am. Region 2 po, wala pa rin pong wala. Sila din wala. Invitation to join the breakout po.
Hello po, ma'am. Ma'am, tinatry naman po namin i-assign.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sa Region 6 din, ma'am.
Okay po.
Thank you.
Ayan, sir. May lumabas pong to confirm.
For car po, ma'am. Wala pa po.
Sige po.
Hello, ma'am. Si May Region 8 din po.
Sige po, ma'am. Wait lang po.
Good afternoon to our participants. In 5 minutes, we will now close the breakout rooms and we'll start to this presentation of 3 regions from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao at, let me time check, at around 2:05. Maraming salamat po.
Hello ma'am, wala pa yung breakout room namin.
Sir, sige po, name ni Sir Fred. Okay. Sir Fred, sige po, i-assist po kita and then let me know kung meron po kayong makikitang Sir Fred from car. Let me check.
Yes ma'am, car.
Teka lamang po, hanapin ko yung name niyo po dito sa ating list ng nag-a-appear na nasa. Okay, there you go. Car, P.O. Abra, Fred Barona. Tama po?
Yes
I-assign
ma'am.
ko po kayo sa car.
Yes ma'am.
May nakikita po kayo ngayon na naka-indicate po na Jacqueline is inviting you?
Wala ma'am, wala.
Wala. Okay, sige, try ko po uli dito naman. Saglit lamang po kasi tinatry din po namin bakit sa iba po wala silang nakikita.
Yes ma'am, wala. Kanina kong pa inaabangan.
Kanina pa po din nila tinitingnan.
Sa amin din po, ma'am. Wala pa rin kami. Region 6.
Ito, try po natin. Ayan, may nakita na po sila, Sir Fred.
Wala pa ma'am. Sorry,
Ayan po.
wala talaga.
Ayan po. May nakita na po sila.
Wala ma'am. Ang nakalagay lang dito na maliit, the host has open breakout rooms. Please wait to be assigned. Yun lang ang nakapan dito.
Sige sir. For a while lang po sir ha. Sige po. I-try po namin ipasok po kayo. Lapitan ko na po yung technical support team po namin regarding dyan. Teka lamang po. Sir Fred, our apologies po. We also tried ang aming technical support po na gumawa ng breakout rooms na i-transfer po sila pero mukhang nag-e-error nga po. We will check on this po further kasi ngayon lang din po namin siya na-encounter na hindi po natatransfer yung ilang participants po. Ay, hindi po kasi nagpa-pop up nga po sa screen nila yung option to join the breakout room po. Our apologies again po.
Yes ma'am, standby lang ako dito ma'am.
Okay po, thank you po.
So I'll be expecting ma'am na pan?
Yes po, kasi we'll be closing the na rin naman po. The Zoom
sige ma'am.
in a while po. Okay
Sige
po,
ma'am,
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hello po, Ma'am Jacqueline. Good afternoon.
Hello po, sir. Yes
Ma'am,
po.
Eugene Valdez po ito, ma'am, ng Region
Yes po.
11.
Apo,
Ma'am, sorry,
sir.
ngayon lang po ako naka-join sa ma'am, discussion po.
Yes
Ma'am,
po.
pwede po bang pa-assign kung may breakout room tayo ngayon, ma'am?
Ayun. Yun nga po, sir, nagkakaproblema po yung Zoom natin ngayon. Hindi rin po ma-close lahat ng breakout rooms.
Okay.
Pero
So,
inaayos naman na
mag-i-start na
po
lang po
ngayon.
kami.
Apo. Apo.
Okay.
Apo, sir.
Sige po.
Okay
Thank you po,
po.
ma'am. Sige po. Ma'am Jacqueline?
Po, speaking. Yes po.
Ma'am, may question kasi si Ma'am Mirna po dito sa ROD, ma'am. May ibinato pong information sa akin regarding po doon sa kung anong bibilhin na unit para sa RLA namin sa
Ay, my apologies, sir. I don't think we are the right opo. We are the right
Okay. Sige po,
opo,
ma'am.
pasensya
Sorry
na po.
po.
But
Sorry.
again, you can please do chat po. We will take
Yes po.
note of that inquiry and
Yes.
then we'll cascade it to the concerned office po.
Yes po. Yes po.
Opo, para masagot din po nila. Opo, yun po no, yun po yung maitutulong po natin. Opo.
Okay.
Pasensya
Sorry
na
po,
po,
ma'am.
hindi ko rin.
Pasensya din
Opo,
po.
we cannot Opo. Kaya mahirap po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Opo.
you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yan, ang pasensya na po, nagkakaroon lang ng technical concern ngayon. This is quite new sa ating sa tagal po nating ginagamit ang Zoom. This is the time lang na na-encounter namin na nagkakaroon kami ng lapses when it comes to nagkakaroon ng technical difficulty sa ating sa ating breakout rooms po. Kung to return ko. Okay. Ayan. So again, we already announced to our participants in the breakout room to leave their respective rooms po as we cannot close the breakout rooms po. I think we have technical difficulty right now in our Zoom. Hindi po namin siya ma-close. Yun, for some reason. So again, we are requesting our participants po to leave the breakout room. Manually dyan. Ang ulit sila po.
Hello po. Hello po.
Yes, hi
Hello.
Sir Benedict.
Hello po.
Yes po. Meron pong advice na mag-leave daw po muna ng room at punta po tayo sa main room.
Nag-leave na po kami.
Main room na to. Okay.
Main na po ito.
Okay.
Nasa
My
main
bad.
room na po
Thank you.
kami.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Sir Benedict. Again, we sincerely apologize for what had happened, as there are some technical difficulties on navigating the breakout rooms here in our Zoom. So this is the first time we've encountered this. So, but we would like to appreciate all our participants in engaging with on completing their implementation plan. Ayan. So we will be waiting for others as they leave their breakout rooms. Again, for our participants who haven't done their attendance form for today, please do check your chat box. Check our chat box. Thank you, Miss Liz. Here is our attendance sheet for today. Please do make sure that you accomplish that, as that will be part as well of issuance of your certificate. So far, we are already 279 here and counting here in our main hall. Please bear with us as we wait for other participants to join us here in the main hall. Maraming salamat po. Again, to our dear participants, we would like to apologize with the technical difficulty that we've encountered as we navigate the breakout rooms. So at this moment, we are still waiting for other participants to leave their respective breakout rooms. And for now, we would like to remind everyone to accomplish their attendance sheet for today, as this will be part of your issuance of your certificate. Maraming salamat po. Also in your chat box, you may also upload your accomplished implementation plan through this Google Drive, as we will consolidate all your answers from different regions. Again, due to technical difficulty, we cannot close the breakout rooms. So we would like to request our participants for those sa mga kasama po natin na nasa breakout room pa up until this time, please do notify them that they have to leave the breakout room and be back here in the main hall. However, if there are instances that they can't leave as well, we would request that we would want to request na they will rejoin through doon sa Zoom link na provide po natin. Since na makakapasok naman po lahat as the provision for the number of participants to join here have already is not yet maximized. So we can accommodate more. Maraming salamat po. Again, good afternoon to our participants, and we thank you for your participation as you accomplish your implementation plan as part of our workshop today, this afternoon. All right, so as we start again, as we start po, we already discussed that there will be selected regions to present on what they have come up as with their team. So now may we request, we'll be opening this floor. If there's any region who would like to volunteer first. Also, we would like to note that we'll be giving you 10 minutes to present your output.
Yes, ma'am. We volunteer in region.
Oh, that's so great, Sir Arturo. Maraming salamat po. So Region 1 will present first. Any other regions who would like to present their work po? Any
Region
other
9
region?
is
Region
ready po.
9?
Good afternoon. Yes
Good
po.
afternoon. Yes po. From si
Nice
Ma'am
one, ma'am.
Yan. Great. So we have from Region 1 and then Region 9. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga matatapang na mga participants po rito. Yan. We can accommodate two. We can accommodate two regions pa po. We have from Luzon already, and then Region 9 is on Mindanao. So perhaps in Visayas. Ayan, and also in Region 1 is in Northern Luzon po, no? Maybe in Southern Luzon as well. Baka meron tayong volunteers po rito. Yan, perhaps Region 5 daw po. Ayan, naririnig ko po rito. Maybe Region 5, if they can present po.
Sige ma'am, noted po.
Noted. Yan, thank you very much, Sir Joel, for taking the challenge. All right, so we have Region 1, Region 9, and Region 5. One more. Can we have another region from Visayas? can we have yeah, Ma'am Bing is raising she is volunteering Region 7. May we hear a response from Region 7 po? Are you taking the challenge?
Hello po. Good afternoon po sa lahat, Ma'am Jackie.
Good afternoon, Ma'am
Afternoon po.
Shay.
Ma'am, yung ano po namin, baka ma-present po namin, ano pa siya, partial. Kasi hindi pa kami tapos. Okay lang po ba? Partial pa kasi siya. Okay lang
Opo.
po.
Okay lang.
Ma'am Bing, it will be fine naman po. Yes, Director Jojo is agreeing that it will be okay. Opo, definitely.
Okay,
Okay
sige
sa
po.
okay.
Okay po, sige po.
Maraming salamat
Thank
po.
you po.
And for the rest of the regions, please do be reminded that your works, your output should be uploaded here in the link, in the Google Drive link here in our chat box po. Yan, you may access that one. Please do let us know lang if there's any difficulty. So now, may we give the floor to the first presenter this afternoon. May we have from Region 1.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, once again, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mula Apari hanggang Hulo. From Region 1 up to the ilang region ba tayo, Ma'am Jack?
17.
Okay.
17 po.
17, yes, 17. So, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Lahat po ng test dance. Good afternoon po, Sir Jojo. At ang mga...
Yes.
Sakas yung mga nag-facilitate po sa seminar na ito or sa training na ito. Magandang hapon po. I'm happy to present to you our work from Region 1 regarding our implementation plan. So, allow me to... Ma'am Jack, saan ko ba ma-access yung sa chat box?
Yes po. Ang alin po? Yung ano
yung
po
sa amin
nila?
po, yung output po namin.
Yung output po. Ito po sir, ayan. Send ko po uli.
Ay, sige ma'am.
Ayan, sige po. Let us know lang po. Let me check din po, no? Maybe I can assist din po. Region 1. There we have it. Ay, sir, ano po? Ito po ay walang laman. Na-upload na po kaya nila o hindi pa? Baka hindi pa po nila na-upload.
Ay, sige ma'am, i-check ko kay Ma'am Jerilyn.
Opo, okay po.
Na-upload na, ma'am. Share ko na lang po.
Na-upload na po, ma'am.
Na-upload na po namin, ma'am. Before we left the breakout room, na-upload na po namin.
From Mimaro. Sige po. Iisa-isahin po natin to, ma'am, no? Kasi parang upon checking, nasa ano po ito? Wala po ito sa folder?
Nasa folder po, ma'am.
Nasa folder po siya. Region 9.
Huwag namang magka-technical problem dyan.
Opo, kasi po hindi po namin siya makita, sir, dito sa link po. Baka po sa ibang folder po kaya nila na-upload?
Ma'am, doon po sa link na pre-provide po ni Ma'am Cherry, doon po namin nilagay, ma'am.
Okay
Kanina.
po. Opo, sige po, we will like to request Ma'am Cherry to assist us din po on
Yes,
this.
yes.
Opo, yan.
Thank you.
Ma'am Cherry is on board din naman po. Ayan, Ma'am Che.
Sige, wait lang po, ma'am ha. Ma'am,
Okay po.
sir, actually po yung in-upload po ninyo sa Google Drive, wala po siyang laman.
Baka po nagkapalit. Baka yung template po
Baka
yung
may
na-upload.
participant sila. May kasamahan sila na may kopya nun.
Opo.
Yung nag-upload, yan yun.
Kung i-share na lang kaya, Ma'am Jack, pwede kaya yun?
Opo, okay lang naman po, sir. Opo, i-share po. Opo.
I-share, Ma'am Je. Share na lang natin, Ma'am Je.
Opo, yun po. Meron tayong, meron po mag-share and then, ayun, sila po ang mag-discuss po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay po. Thank you po.
Welcome po, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am Jack, meron pa yatang nakapresent dito na tatakpan yung pan. or ako natatakpan po yung
Nakikita na po namin sa screen po namin yung document po, sir.
Shared na siya, sir. Alright.
Ito yung maganda. Aping ito. Wait lang. Ayan. Taglit lang po. Ayan, okay. Thank you, sir, Katie. Okay, so ito po ang aming implementation plan. Implementation plan of Region 1 as far as setting of training infrastructures and setting of assessment infrastructure. So of course we have 13 qualification, right, Ma'am J? Okay, so we have 13 qualification. So number 1 is Bloom, and then up to the 13th qualification. Naririnig niyo ba ako, ma'am, sir?
Yes po, naririnig po namin po kayo.
Malinaw na malinaw po.
Malinaw po.
Sir.
Opo.
Yes, okay.
Loud and
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you, Sir Jojo. Thank you po sa response. Okay, so makikita po ninyo sa aming plano for the 13 qualification, ang aming general timelines po diyan, we plan na on the second quarter of 2023 sa infrastructure po sa ano yung tatataas, Ma'am J? Sa training. Yan, yung sa training infrastructures, ang aming general timelines po for some qualification, nilagay po namin ang second quarter of 2023. Except yung taas mo ng konti, Ma'am J. Kasi meron kaming we have actually I think three qualification na halos in place na po siya. Yan yung hairdressing at saka barbering. Okay, so please go back to taas, Ma'am J. Okay, so that is our timelines, and our implementation action will be, of course, we have to coordinate with TBIs and local government units. So that is one our action. We also plan to scout or develop for possible trainer. And another is conduct debate forum para pag-usapan itong mga qualifications, yung mga latest itong mga 13 na qualification pa nito. And then we have to facilitate registration processes. Okay. Meron pa ba tayo, Ma'am J? Wala na, no? So, go back tayo sa taas. Okay, so dito naman po sa, wait, Ma'am J. Dito naman po sa, yung sinabi kong qualification like barbering, hairdressing, kasi for migration na po to. So, at least medyo malapit na kaming matapos dito. For migration na lang. Yes, yeah. And for the rest, number 10 hanggang sa number 13, the same, we will coordinate with the TBIs, LGUs, Scout, develop possible trainer, and conduct debate forum, and of course, facilitate registration process. So that will be our implementation plan. Action plan ba yun? Okay, let's go back to the top one. So that is our implementation or action plan. And the timeline is second quarter of 2023. And we have identified emerging issues, particularly on the number 3, caregiving in situ grade schooler to adolescent. So nilagay po namin dito low demand of graduates. Kaya nahirapan po kaming maghanap ng mga potential na institution to have this infrastructure because of this low demand of graduates. Pihira na daw yung naghahanap ng ganitong qualification o kurso. So inilagay po naming emerging issues yan. Okay, and then I think we have only one emerging issues in here. Okay, so for our, yes, wala, isa lang Ma'am J. Yung identify natin. Yan. Okay, so we have also identified some numbers of TBIs to implement this, to have these 13 qualifications. So kanina medyo nagtagal kami doon sa aming pagpaplano kasi ang ginawa namin by province namin hinimay-himay yan. So nung nakita namin yung time check, medyo naalarma kami kasi tinignan namin ulit, number lang pala, target number lang pala. At ang ginagawa namin talagang parang gumagawa na kami ng provincial action plan. But nevertheless, ito po yung mga target number of TBIs to have these infrastructures. So we have one in handloom weaving, we have two in caregiving, and higher ma'am please. Ay, pababa pala tayo, pababa. Yan. We have 6 in caregiving, elderly, and C2. And for caregiving, NC2 clients with special needs, we have 1. And for the beauty care, NC2 nail care, we have 4. For hairdressing NC2, we have 2. For hairdressing NC3, we have 1. As well as barbering NC2, we have 1. Now for the programming, Java NC3, we have 2. And number 11, I think that is rack. Ma'am J, pakitas. Pakitas, please. Yan. Okay, yan. For the commercial air conditioning, installation and servicing NC3, we have 3. For rack servicing, dome rack NC2, we have 3. And last but not the least, we have domestic work NC2, we have 3. Okay, so that is for the infrastructure for training. Okay, now we will go to the infrastructure for assessment. Okay, as you can see, parang ang ginawa namin dito, kinopy-paste na lang namin kasi definitely pag nag-offer naman siya o nagpa-accredit naman siya ng isang qualification, talagang automatic yan. Mas maganda na magpa-accredit na rin siya as assessment center. Kaya makikita po ninyo
RT, naka-mute ka. Ayun, naka-mute po si sir. Opo, sir, ayan, si RD naka...
yes.
Opo, yan, there we go.
Okay. Okay, so thank you po, thank you. Okay, so sabi ko nga kanina, as you can see sa ang aming infrastructure for training as well as doon sa assessment ay parehas kasi we believe na kapag halimbawa sa number 1, handloom weaving, okay, continue. Meron tayong mga interference yata yan. So, continue natin. So, we believe na kapag we have now infrastructure for training, for example, sa handloom weaving, magiging ko na rin po siya, magiging ma-accredit na rin po siya as an assessment center. Kaya makikita po ninyo sa aming plan, parehas yan. Pero as I've said a while ago, ito yung kapag meron po kaming mga na-identify later or in the future to become potential training institution as well as assessment center, madadagdagan po itong mga numbers na po ito. Numbers of TBIs as well as number of assessment center. Okay, so going further doon sa emerging issues, actually we don't have wala po kaming na-identify na emerging issues kasi wala pa kaming maisip na magiging problema. Kaya hindi po namin nilagyan po ito kasi at sabi nga ng grupo namin, ma'am, sir, darating na daw yung problema na yan kapag during the implementation na yan siguro. So that's why we had on them. Ma'am Jeff, paki-move mo doon sa para makita yung emerging issues under infrastructure assessment. Doon pa sa taas, ma'am, sa taas. Taas, yung sa may column na emerging issues. Okay, so yan. So kaya makikita po ninyo dito sa setting of assessment infrastructure portion, wala po kaming nailagay na emerging issues. Kasi wala pa talaga kaming naisip na maaring maging problema. Nung una, ang pinapag-usapan naming maging emerging issues ay yung limited number of RLA. Pero sabi naman ni Ma'am Carol, yun of our team, na hindi magiging problema yan kasi we will be conducting capability building sa mga assessors. So yan po ang aming plan for the Region 1. That's all and thank you.
Maraming salamat
Thank you,
po.
Region 1.
Thank you po,
Likewise po.
RD
Likewise
Arturo.
po. Likewise mo, Ma'am Jack, saka Sir Jojo. Maraming salamat.
Yeah.
Thank you very much po.
You're welcome.
Thank you po for presenting their output po dito, RD Arturo. Ayan, so, ayan, thank you po. Ay, RD pala. Sorry po, Sir Arturo. Sir Arturo, ganyan. May apologies po again. Sorry po, medyo naduling lang ako ng onti po doon. May apologies po.
Promoted ka agad, Ma'am.
May apologies po, sorry po.
No problem, Ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po. And now we will proceed to the next presenter. May we call on the Region 9? And from Region 9
Hello,
po.
good afternoon po.
Hi, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So, Mamina, paki-share na po yung yung implementation plan natin. Okay, so good afternoon po sa lahat. PD Jojo, hello, good afternoon, sir. So, this is the regional implementation plan of Region 9. So, medyo maganda po yung discussion na nangyayari sa amin kanina. Kasi maraming naka-attend for this. So, kasama na yung mga RO focals. And then, pati yung mga TBIs natin, maraming naka-attend ngayon. So, naging madali po sa amin gawin ito. So, ito po yung mga qualification. So, to summarize na rin lang po, for the implementation and action plan sa setting up of training infrastructures, this is to register the program, lahat po ng program, no? From handloom, weaving, until po sa dome work. So, ito po yung plano namin. And hindi po kami dito nahihirapan kasi may mga nagpo-commit na rin po ng mga TBIs na nakasama sa session natin ngayon. So, timelines for the registration of the program is mostly sa first quarter po ng 2023. So far ito lang ata yung handloom weaving, nag-commit yung TBI na by fourth quarter na po sila. So, doon naman po tayo sa emerging issues. So, para na rin po ito sa lahat. So, ang issues po namin itong mga procurement ng mga tools, equipments, materials. So, and another din is yung facilities preparation because some of TTIs is under construction po yung mga buildings nila para doon po sa mga training center na sa mga bago nating qualification ngayon. And doon naman po tayo sa assessment center. Okay? So for the assessment center, ang implementation po and plan po namin is of course to apply for the assessment center accreditation. And the same din lang po, most of the assessment center timelines for the accreditation of assessment center will be on the first quarter of 2023. And ang sa issues, emerging issues namin, the same. Pero hindi na kami ata dito mahirapan once na nakapag-ano na kami sa training, sa program. So, mas madali na lang po itong assessment center. So, ito din lang po ang procurement ng mga tools, equipments, materials, and so far, ito lang mag-isa ang sa assessment center namin. So if you can see sa implementation plan namin, nakapag-identify na po kami ng mga TVIs and nagko-commit na po sila. And we are hoping na madagdagan pa po ang mga TVIs dito. And para mas maraming assessment center, mas maraming training center, mas maganda po. So far, ito po yung mga TVIs na nagko-commit na po sila. So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Ami, for that very well concise yet detailed po na ating output po. Maraming salamat po. And now we move forward to Region 5. May we have our participants, our presenters from Region 5 po?
Yes po. May I request to share my screen?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, these are the group effort. Good afternoon po pala. Good afternoon, Sir Executive Director Jojo Guillermo, and to all official that nandito po. Good afternoon po, sir. So in behalf of Region 5, sir, good afternoon. Ito po yung group effort ng mga OPRAS Focal at saka PTCAX Focal kasi ang ginawa po namin kanina, shinare namin ito sa Google Sheets, Google Docs. Then each of them update per province. So talagang ano siya on the spot na updating simultaneously. Then they coordinated with different institution kanina. Then nakapag-identify kami initially ng mga training institutions na possible na mag-implement ng program. So dito sa handloom weaving and situ, setting up training infrastructure. So syempre ang usual na action implementation namin dito is to request for capability building for regional lead trainers. Then also may isang na-identify kaming institution which is from Catanduanes to offer the program. Then for the emerging issue, so provision of trainers in handloom in situ, then targeted number of TBAs po isa. Then sa setting up assessment infrastructure, so ang target namin dito is endorsement of nominees to the CBP or capability program for regional lead assessor. So hopefully may schedule po ng certification office and nominate po kami ng isang qualified na regional lead assessor. For the caregiving for newborn, preschooler, and situ, so request for capability building program for RLT. So wala po kaming na-identify na training institution for now. Hopefully within next week po maka-identify kami kasi hindi pa nagre-respond yung ibang institution that they are capable of offering this program. Then ang emerging issue po nito ay hindi pa namin na-identify since hindi pa kami nakapag-identify ng possible training institution na mag-implement nitong program. Also, for the setting up of assessment infrastructure, accreditation of assessment center, accreditation of regional lead assessors, and conduct capability building program for provincial lead assessors. So yun po yung mga timelines namin na plan to implement in caregiving newborn. For the caregiving grade schoolers or to adolescents, so the same din po, hindi pa kami nakapag-identify. So as of now, ng mga possible training institution na mag-conduct nito, so hopefully ma-update po namin ito. So initially, ang target lang muna namin dito is to request for capability building program for regional lead trainers, and also for the national for the assessment infrastructure. request for regional lead assessors to conduct the capability building program for provincial lead assessors. And also po, similarly, dito naman po sa caregiving for elderly, fortunately, marami po kaming na-identify na training institution. So mayroon pong na-identify na 5 training institution that signify that they would like to offer this program, no? So also for the assessment infrastructure, we'd like to request for accreditation of assessment centers, accreditation of additional lead assessors, conduct capability building for provincial lead assessors, and facilitate accreditations of assessment center. Okay, so caregiving client with special needs. So number 5 po. So mayroon po kaming dalawang training institutions na identify. Both are from Albay. So ang initial activities namin dito is request for capability building program for regional lead trainer para madagdagan dumami yung regional lead trainer. Then request for regional lead assessor to conduct capability building program for provincial lead assessors. Then number 6 po is beauty care, nail care services. So would like to request for additional lead trainers, regional lead trainers. Then we identify 5 training institution to that are willing to offer the program, no, na pwede mag-offer ng program. Then also in terms of assessment center po, by the way, some common issues po pala namin is lacking of qualified trainers. But this will be resolved if magkaroon ng lead trainer, then ma-multiply po so hopefully ma-realize po yan within next year. So accreditation of assessment center for the assessment infrastructure, request the central office for or certification office for national lead assessor to conduct loading to successful regional lead assessor. So hopefully ma-realize po ito na magkaroon ng additional lead assessor dito sa amin. Then hairdressing NC2. So mayroon po kaming na-identify na 7 institutions that are willing to offer hairdressing NC2. Then also we would like to request for capability building program for an additional lead trainers. Then ang issues po nito is yung mga lead trainer po na na-train ay hindi pa po na-issuean ng national certificate, but yung I should say yung mga lead assessors or lead trainer na na-assess hindi pa na-issuean ng national certificate, but they are now competent. So ang issues po nito na in-address ni hairdressing is probably magkaroon ng sharing with hairdressing NC2, NC3 ng resources ng facilities. So ito yung mga nakikita naming na problem na pwedeng mag-surface na since common majority ng equipment sa NC2 at saka NC3 are common, so yan ang pwedeng magkaroon ng sharing ng resources. Also for the assessment center, so hopefully makapag-accredit ng assessment center. So mayroon nang nag-signify which is the Eve Gates, Catanduanes and other school or other assessment center. So they signified that they are willing to offer assessment center or to accredit assessment center for hairdressing NC2. So within 2023. Also for hairdressing NC3, so the first activity is to request for a capability building program. And there are 3 training institutions who signify that they are willing to offer hairdressing NC3. But the issues are the same. Yung mga na-assess po na RLT ay hindi pa na-issuean ng mga national certificate, pero they are now competent. Then also, ang concern din dito is sharing the resources with hairdressing NC2 and NC3. Then lacking of trainer for now. Then for the national certification, the same. So hopefully makapag-accredit ng mas maraming assessment center. then request for the certification office for national lead to the national lead assessor to conduct loading with the successful regional lead assessors, no, para makapag-assess na po din sila dito sa amin. The same din po sa barbering NC2. So request capability building program for regional lead trainer. Then meron pong isang school na nag-signify for that they are willing to offer barbering NC2. So the same din ang issue. Probably magkaroon ng sharing ng resources din. Then request for the national assessment po, request CO for the national lead assessor to conduct loading for successful regional lead assessor for accreditation. Then hopefully ma-realize. Dito naman po sa Java Programming NC3, so we would like to request for capability building program for the Java programmers na training. And may dalawa pong school na nag-signify, which is the Sorsogon and Albay. Ito pong dalawang po ito is they are offering diploma program for IT. That is why they intend to offer na they are willing to offer this Java programming. However, may mga issues in concern like no qualified trainer or lacking of trainer at saka registered under diploma program. So they are may mga concerns kasi regarding sa diploma program. Then since ito po ay vendor, wala pa po kami dito na nilagay sa activities dito sa assessment and certification. So ang issues in concern dito is expensive yung assessment from the vendor. So napakataas kasi ng cost ng assessment nito. So yun ang common issues na nagkakaroon ng problem dito sa programming Java. Then also in commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3. So ang nag-identify lang po dito is probably na-identify namin dito is RTC, Camarines Sur, Original Training Center. So hopefully ma-implement within the second quarter ng 2023. Ang problem naman dito is lacking of trainers. So hopefully makapag-schedule ng accreditation ng assessment center, then conduct a capability building program for provincial lead assessors. So ang problem namin dito or issues is for loading po ng regional lead assessors. So ito yung hopefully makapag-loading na yung regional lead assessors namin. Then next po is RAC NC2. Also the same ang requesting for regional capability building for regional lead trainer. Then mayroon pong nag-identify na 4 na training institution that they are willing to offer the RAC servicing NC2. And also for the assessment center, so accreditation of assessment center, accreditation of competency assessors, then capability building program for provincial lead assessor. At saka ang problem naman dito is the same, loading po ng regional lead assessor para makapag-assess na din po siya at saka makapag-loading na din po sa kanya. And lastly po, domestic works. So request for capability building po para dumami, and also mayroon pong 3 na nag-signify that they are willing to offer the domestic work. Actually, nasa process na yata yung yung registration ng 3 ito. Then ang problem naman natin dito is lacking of qualified trainers. No qualified trainers in other provinces. And for the assessment and certification, accreditation of assessment center, and ang common problem nito is accredited competency assessor. So kukunti pa lang po ang na-accredit at saka kailangan mag-loading pa yung ibang mga qualified assessors para sila ay maging makapag-assess din po. So yun po ang group effort po na nabuo po ng Region 5. So thank you very much po.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you very much po, Sir Joel, for sharing with us po kung ano rin po yung mga possible na mga concerns na maaaring mag-arise po with this 13 qualifications po. Alright, so last but not the least, may we have here from Region 7. The floor is yours po.
Yes, hello po. Good afternoon po, Ma'am Jackie, Sir Jojo, and to everyone po. To this, all participants to this virtual deployment of DRs po. So, may I share po our output po for our implementation plan.
Okay.
ano na po,
Stop share.
Yes
si
po.
Region, ano po, opo.
Okay,
From
thank
the
you po.
previous region, yung previous presenter po natin. Opo.
Okay po. Makita niyo po ba yung implementation plan namin? Ano po, work in progress pa po ito, Sir Jojo po, Ma'am Jackie, and all our participants po. Hindi pa po namin tapos, no? Kasi ang nangyari po kanina during our discussion po, kami pong lahat, together with our 4 provincial offices po, ay may kanya-kanya po kaming input sa aming mga na-discuss po, no? Sa relative to the regional implementation. So ito po yung output po namin. Sa 13 na qualifications po, for POC Kiorhan, POC Cebu po, true to all po yung implementation or action po nila, which is po for Sikihor, consultation meeting with existing TVIs and prospective industry partners regarding the promotion and orientation of newly deployed TRs po. Yung timeline po is 4th quarter of 2022.
Ma'am, sorry po, if I may po, Ma'am Shay, hindi yes po siya, makita po siya, ma'am. Medyo maliit po siya rito sa screen po namin.
Okay
Okay
po.
lang po pa if we can adjust po.
Ayan po.
There we go. Ayan po. Better po. Thank you.
Thank you po. Sorry po.
Okay lang.
Okay, thank you po. For the emerging issues po, sa Sikihor, no available training provider po. Tapos no availability of trainer and no existing industry for partnership. And the target number of TVIs, wala po tayo sa Sikihor. For the AC po naman, consultation meeting with existing ACs and prospective industry partners regarding the new deployed CATs po. And 4th quarter of 2022 yung timeline po. Tapos yung emerging issues din po is same with for the TVI po, no availability of assessment facilities, availability of competency assessor, and no existing industry in the province. And wala din tayong yung yung target number of assessment centers natin for the consultation meeting, those existing ACs natin po. Sa Cebu naman po, yung implementation and or action po is unahin po is the inventory of TVIs relative to the infrastructures. Tapos po, yung timeline po is first week of October 2022. Yung emerging issues po ng Cebu, si Cebu Furniture Industries Foundation Incorporated po, one of our regional industry board, ay may na-identify na po na program sa waiving as their skill requirement po, but specific to furniture po, hindi po dun sa handloom po. And for the CACs naman po, for Cebu, inventory of TVIs and AC relative to the infrastructure. And another action is to endorse provincial lead assessor once RO will schedule the RLA. Next po, for Bohol, dissemination of new TRs to all TVIs and discussion during the Bohol FIB meeting for promotion, 4th quarter of 2022 din po. And their emerging issues po, as of now, no available training. This is for handloom, waiving upright NC2. Next po, for caregiving newborn to preschooler NC2 po, again, same po yung lahat ng action or implementation po ng POs po namin, no? Dissemination to all the stakeholders, information dissemination po. And lang po kami, mamatter po kami dito sa emerging issues po. Sa Bohol po, no available trainer due to lack of industry experience. Then sa Cebu naman po, due to the instruction to consider caregiving NC2 to coexist with the specialized qualification, as such, this program are less likely to have more a new registration. Sa Negros naman po, existing TVI already informed that they will continue with the existing TR. Initial comment on this. For the CACs under the caregiving newborn to preschooler NC2, the regional office conducted the PLA/July 26 to 29, 2022 with accredited AC. For Negros po, they will deploy the CATs to the prospective AC and partners. And for Cebu, inventory of TVIs and AC relative to the infrastructure, and they will endorse also their provincial lead assessor once RO will schedule the RLA. And the timeline is last quarter of 2022. The emerging issues po for this qualification. One is existing AC may opt to choose the old full qualification to avoid additional expenditures in purchasing additional tools. And the second po is the caregiver association may opt for the old TR since they prefer multi-skilled worker after the training po. So their target AC po is 3. For caregiving grade schooler to adolescent NC2, Bohol po, again, yung ano po nila, implementation and or action is true to all po yung dissemination of information. And for Cebu, endorsement of prospective provincial lead assessor. And this will happen po fourth quarter for Bohol and Cebu whenever necessary. Their emerging issue po, no available trainer due to lack of industry experience. For Cebu, po, due to the instruction to consider caregiving institute to coexist, same po ito sa ano po no, sa preschooler, to coexist with a specialized qualification. As such, this program are less likely to have new and more program registration. And no target number of TVIs yet. For assessment center naman po, RO, as of now, with one prospective RLA na po to conduct loading assessment of RLA and the establishment of ACs. For PO Cebu, inventory of TVIs and AC relative to the infrastructure and endorse the PLA once RO will schedule the RLA. And emerging issues, wala po tayong nakalagay, more or less same ito sa, kasi yung caregiving natin na 4, yung mga emerging issues natin sa first po, sa preschooler, same po ito sa true to the other 3 remaining qualifications. For the elderly naman po, same po siya sa preschooler at saka sa adolescent at saka sa special needs po. So may I proceed po to the beauty care, nail care services NC2. Okay, for Bohol po, dissemination po of new TRs to all TVIs, coordinate with DTI for possible meeting with all salon owners in Bohol for promotion, and Cebu to conduct meeting and technical assistance when necessary. First and second quarter of 2023, emerging issue, no available trainer, hard to comply with the NTTC requirements. Target number of TVIs 4 existing. For RO update, we with 2 prospective RLAs already to conduct loading assessment of the prospective RLAs this October 2022 with 1 accredited AC. Target number of AC is 2. Okay, for Cebu, their implementation action for beauty care, inventory of TVIs and ACs relative to the infrastructure, and endorsement of PLA once RO will schedule the RLA. Their target number of assessment center is 4. For hairdressing NC2, again, the implementation and action is dissemination of information and conduct of technical assistance. Timeline is first and second quarter 2023 for Bohol. And emerging issue, there is no available trainer, hard to comply with the NTTC requirements. Target number of TVIs 4 existing. For Cebu, again, inventory of TVIs and AC relative to the infrastructure and endorse PLA once RO will schedule the RLA. Target AC is 4. For hairdressing NC3, the same po yung implementation action, timeline, at saka yung emerging issues po for the TVIs po, at saka for the AC po. Same po with hairdressing NC2 po. For barbering NC2, again po, yung implementation action po, dissemination po, and saka conduct of meeting, technical and technical assistance po when necessary. Emerging issue, again, no available trainer, hard to comply with the NTTC requirements. And prospective TVI target 1, RO update for barbering NC2 with 1 prospective RLA and 1 accredited AC. For programming, Java NC3 amended, no RLA needed. Same pa rin yung action at saka implementation. Tapos, 1 TBI po yung target natin. For Bohol, implementation is on the 4th quarter of this year. For Cebu naman po, inventory of TVIs and AC relative to the infrastructure and endorse, sorry, hindi dito endorse PLA. We will correct this kasi wala po tayong assessor for this. For commercial air conditioning installation and servicing NC3 po, same din po yung mga nakuha namin na input for Java po. So, information dissemination, tapos po, for RO, with my prospective, may isang prospective RLA na po tayo, and then we will conduct multiplier assessment po. For Dumbrac NC2, yun pa rin po, information dissemination po for the provinces. Tapos, emerging issue po, no available trainer. Tapos, dito po sa Dumwork, NC2, for Bohol, dissemination of new TRs to all TVIs and to present to the PTSDC for possible assistance from the provincial government for budget allocation for building and facilities po. Cebu, conduct meeting and technical assistance when necessary. And emerging issue for Bohol, no available building and facility. Target number of TVI is 2. For RO update, we have 1 prospective RLA for loading assessment once the DOM work cuts is available. For Cebu po, inventory of TVIs and AC relevant to the infrastructure and endorse PLA once RO will schedule the RLA po. May ano po kami, ito po yung nakuha namin na inventory during our discussion on the affected registered programs. Hindi pa po kami natapos sa AC, so ito po yung mga list of registered programs affected by the new amended training regulations. So with that po, maraming salamat po. Yun po ang sa Region 7 po na presentation. Thank you and God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Sheyin. If I pronounce it correctly po. Ayan, Ma'am
Yes
Sheyin,
po.
thank you. Ayan, thank you very much po for a well-detailed presentation ng kanilang output po from Region. Ayan, si Ma'am Sheyin ay from Region 7. Opo. Again, we would like to thank the following regions with their respective presenters for their output on setting up of the regional implementation plan through setting up of training and assessment setting up of training and assessment workshop. We have here our presenter from Region 1. Yes po, our presenter from Region 1, Sir Arturo Ganalon. From Region 5, Sir Joel Navarro. From Region 7, Ma'am Sheyin Son. And from Region 9, Ma'am Ami Mabati.
We also would like to thank the other regions who also participated in accomplishing their implementation plan. To give further guidance on this workshop, may we call on Ms. Bernadette Audihe.
Okay, thank you, Mai. Thank you, Jack, for your assistance. Okay, now, as of this moment, we understand that there are still some regions na hindi pa po nakatapos ng kanilang implementation plan. So that's why we are still giving everyone, I mean, even yung nag-present ngayon, everyone an opportunity to submit, to complete, for those na hindi pa po natapos, to complete their implementation plan. So as for advisory, we advise the regions na hanggang October 7 po, na isa-submit itong implementation plan. And then for those who already have their implementation plan, it's an opportunity for you to kung may mga improvement po o may enhancement pa po yung ating implementation plan, it will be an opportunity for you to do so. So afterwards, all this implementation plan will be still yung ating shared folder will be made available para po isubmit. And be sure lang po, let's have some versioning, put the date so that we will know the updated version ng ating pong implementation plan para po sa ating per region. Now, those implementation plan will be given to our QSO regional focus para po sila ang magmo-monitor at mag-update ng magmo-monitor ng ating implementation plan and have some reporting regarding the progress and the status of the implementation plan. So yun po ang magiging post-deployment activities natin. So again, thank you very much po for your support and your cooperation in this workshop, in this undertaking. And we truly hope that lahat po ng nailatag natin sa atin pong implementation plan will be realized. So with the help of everyone and also with, of course, with the guidance of our Lord and our Lord in our activities. Okay, thank you po. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Bing, for your guidance and directives po. So we would like to ask everyone to accomplish the feedback form and post test as part po ng requirements on the issuance of your e-certificate. To accomplish the form, you may click the links provided po sa chat box. Salamat. Also po, gentle reminder sa ating participants who haven't completed yet the attendance sheet, the link is also shared po sa chat box. We will give you 10 minutes to accomplish the online forms. Thank you.
Again, we would like to remind for our participants who haven't accessed our post-test and activity evaluation, as this would be part of your requirement for the issuance of the certificate. Please do check on the links here in our chat box. Please do let us know if there's any difficulty in accessing those, as our technical support team are here to assist you. All right, and then there are some of the participants who have intermittent connection, as they cannot. All right, so I believe with this, if there are intermittent connection concerns, you may refresh the said link, and then please do try again to access those links. Okay, so we will now, as we've said a while ago, as Director Jojo said a while ago, the QR code for TRMIS, or Training Regulation Monitoring Information System, will be flashed on your screen. It is already here. It is bit.ly/QSO QSO _TRMIS. This will serve as your reference for old and new TRs, CATs, and assessment fees. If there are concerns regarding those or related to the assessment fees, there are, as we have encountered some inquiries regarding that on certain qualifications, you may access those in our TRMIS. We'll be giving you some time to access that. Cannot access pa po, we've seen this in our chat box that they cannot access. So what specific link would it be? Ma'am Liza from Caraga. But then again, we will, so we can assist you po. Also, the TRMIS link is already here in the chat box for easier. It cannot be accessed now po. We'll check it again. If you cannot access through the QR code, please do try to access it through the link provided here in our chat box. We would like to know, please do give us a thumbs up if you have already accessed our TRMIS.
Jack?
Yes po, Director Jojo.
They can take a screenshot of the QR code for their future reference.
Yes po. Yes, all right. Thank you very much for that, Director Jojo. Yes, you can take a screenshot or you can take a picture of our QR code for this to access the TRMIS. We received one thumbs up here. We would like to know if our participants can access our TRMIS. Please do give us a thumbs up if you are already on the page. There we go.
I was able to access it via my phone.
Wow, great.
So,
yes. Opo, so it's working
siguro. Siguro if it is not working now with your gadget or with your phone, maybe you can take a picture of the QR code or itong screen nga. You can take a screenshot and then that can serve for future use. Marami nang gumagamit nito ngayon.
Opo. Makikita. And this is updated po actually. Our team actually are focal for the TRMIS. Mr. Adrian Sabanal. Yes po.
This was developed by Adrian. Now, nag-chat si Barbie na the QR code and the link are both working. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for confirming. For most of our participants, I believe have already accessed our TRMIS. There we go. All right. So here we also encourage our participants to access the TRMIS through Google Chrome. Ayan, that will be easier navigation po and easier to access it po. Kaya yon, we highly suggest to use the Google Chrome instead. Yan. Again, there we have it, the TRMIS for future reference of the TTIs and TPIs for all old and new qualifications, all the new TRs, CATs, and assessment fees.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you po for your time in accomplishing the post-test and feedback form. We will make sure po to take into consideration your comments and suggestions. Also, reminder po with regard to our output on setting up the regional implementation plan, kindly submit po a signed copy as additional reminder po yan by Ma'am Bing. And also, para po sa group chat ng ating mga CAC Focus, you may join po our GC. And to proceed po with our program, to provide the way forward, please welcome once again our Executive Director, Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo.
Yeah, thank you, Mai. We have come to the final part of our activity, and this is the way forward. First of all, first and foremost, I would like to thank the executive offices, particularly the executive directors and the assistant executive directors, specifically the certification office, the NITESD, the partnership and linkages office, and the ROMO for their invaluable support and assistance, and the insights and directions they have provided throughout the whole course of the deployment activity. And my deepest appreciation goes out to everyone who attended the event and contributed to its resounding success. During the Q&A sessions, a number of more specific issues and suggestions were articulated, although some of them had already been answered. But due to time limitations, other questions will be consolidated and responded to in writing by the respective executive offices. And once we get the responses from the different executive offices, we are going to formally send them to the concerned parties that raised the issue or the concern. We promise that we will act on them, and we are not going to take them lightly. We will take full attention on what you have brought to our attention. Now, can I have the slide now? Okay. So the significance, as I've said in the statement of purpose, the significance of this activity with national deployment assures the successful and efficient application or implementation of the training regulations, the CATs, and the contents of these documents in relation to the implementation of the program registration, evaluation, and certification, as what we have emphasized throughout during the 2-day deployment activity, and during this particular batch and the first batch 2 days ago. Now, in the way forward, if you notice, there are 4 letters that you can see leading to the target, and these are the letters ADLI. I borrowed this from the Philippine Quality Awards criteria, the PQA, and each letter, the letters represents A for approach, D for deployment, L for learning, and I for integration. Now, as what you have experienced towards the end of the activity, you were engaged in a planning process, and you were looking into the future perspective of how these 13 qualifications, these 13 training regulations shall be implemented in your respective regions and in your respective provinces. The work plan that you have developed is just a macro perspective of what's going to happen. However, we expect that the provincial offices and the district offices shall still come up with their own respective social marketing and advocacy plan. So the approach there is you plan. Always have a plan in anything that you intend to do. You design the processes, how you're going to do. In fact, this has always this is what makes my work systematic and orderly. Those who had the chance to work with me when I was in the provinces and even now in the central office, you know very well how I stick to plans. Before we do anything, we plan out what we intend to do. So, that's the approach. So, what will be your approach in implementing these 13 training regulations? You have seen the macro perspective. You have seen the emerging issues and concerns. So what will be your approach? To see them as they are will require you to exercise your strategic foresight capabilities. What will call for your functional application of your RRRO in your respective operating units. Well, what do you call this? The risks and opportunities, the things that can prevent, or the things that can cause or cause the failure of the implementation of these training regulations. One thing that we are trying to address here in the QSO, together with the other executive offices, is to improve the utilization of our training regulations. If you to give you an what do you call this, a picture of the present situation, we have almost 314 training regulations that have been promulgated, but I tell you, almost 200 TRs are not utilized, are not being utilized. And if we are going to look at that situation, every qualification, every training regulation, and a competency assessment tool, the development cost would be more or less 1.2 million. And the development of the CATs is more expensive than the development of the training regulation. That's why my appeal to all CACs focals in the regions and in the POs to please guard with your life the competency assessment tools, because the moment there is a leakage, the moment there is an undue exposure of our competency assessment tools, you can just tell how much wastage we are making in terms of development cost. So yun lang, yun isa sa pinakamahalagang dapat maunawaan ng mga nasa ROs, nasa POs, lalo na yung mga nasa provincial offices. Please be very judicious in the safekeeping of the competency assessment tools, kasi napakalaki ng budgetary cost, budgetary financial implications in the development of these training regulations. At kapag nag-leak na yan, kapag then we can never put the right value and the integrity to the results of the assessment. So we plan out, we design the processes, we identify measures, and we deploy the requirements. Above anything else, as part of the approach is our implementers should be able to understand what are the requirements if they register the programs? What are the tools, the equipment, and the materials that they should be able to provide? Because if these are not well understood, then there is always the tendency to submit or to succumb to the least resistance. Kung ano ang pwede na, ay hindi yan pwede. So, and then we encourage them, but we never explain to them the requirements and the obligations that they are supposed to comply the moment they have registered the program. In the end, tayo pa ang nasisisi, tayo pang naaaway because sasabihin na tinukso natin sila in our efforts when we go to the point now of trying to uphold the compliance to the standards that they are supposed to follow as they implement the program. So that should be, these are the considerations that you should have in mind when you think of the approach. Think of the processes, the program registration. Paano ang program registration process nito sa institution-based, sa enterprise-based, sa community-based, in all the delivery modes, in the assessment also. So try to study the requirements of each training regulation, of each qualification, so that you can better articulate these concerns the moment you deploy them. So hindi tayo nagtatapos dito sa national deployment. Nagsisimula pa lang ang kwento ng mga training regulations at this point in time. So deployment, the second letter is executing your plans. So how are you going to do? Yung kanina is your work plan is just the macro perspective, but that is not yet the picture in the provinces and in the district offices that is going to happen the moment you bring down these training regulations to the ground. The moment you start identifying, the moment you start looking for partners not only in the TVIs, but partners in the companies, partners in establishments. That's why we have the Partnership and Linkages Office, because it is the directive of the Director General to bring these training regulations in the companies and in the enterprises. Because the trainings that take place in the companies and the enterprises will assure higher level quality TVET at the higher perspective. So, kasi it's very important that you should have your enterprise-based trainings, pero not just the apprenticeship, not just the learnership, but as far as possible, bring the training regulations to the companies and let the companies register their programs. Because for all you know, these companies have better facilities than our TVIs. So that should be the shift that you should try to consider and study in your respective areas. So that's the D, that's the deployment. Then learning. Everything that we have gathered from this national deployment will be consolidated, and we are going to assess progress and capture new knowledge, including seeking opportunities for innovation. What can we innovate? What are the reforms that we want, that we can implement in order that we can improve the way we are doing things? And so that is for us. But after this, when you will now go to your respective areas, you will also have your own deployment. And for every deployment, please always have that open mind to listen to feedback, to listen to information coming from the implementers, kung ano yung mga nahihirapan yung mga partners ninyo. And then if these are beyond your capability, these are beyond your capacity, please bring them to us, because we might be in a better position to provide you the technical assistance and guidance. And this is the learning point. This is the learning curve, the curve that takes place after we see the situation, after we evaluate what's happening in the field. Ito pala ang nahihirapan sila kasi walang mapagloadan ang mga gustong magpa-accredit for assessor. Now, if you don't know where to go, where to find, connect with us because we can be in the better position to refer you, to network you, to connect you to where you can have you can the needed assistance that you do. Huwag niyong sosolohin ang problema ninyo. Well, for those who have been working with me as their provincial director, you will know how I react to situations. Sometimes I feel I just smile. I just thinking that I am now in the QSO. Kasi when I was in the field, ako ang pinakamaraming comments, feedback na ipinararating sa central office regarding the implementation of programs. That's why now that I am here, I would like to take every opportunity to extend a helping hand to all regional offices and provincial offices such that we shall be able to work as a team from the central office to the regional office to the provincial office, helping together our textbook institution, our TTIs, because the bottom line will always be the quality of our trainees, the quality of our graduates will simply reflect the efforts that we have put together in trying to come up with a globally competitive Filipino skilled worker. Then for the integration, that's letter I, we revise our plans. We restructure our strategies. We think of better ways of doing things. Kung yung isang strategy does not work, we should always have that contingency. We should always have that strategic foresight. We should always have that future thinking capability. And oftentimes, as I have always espoused this, I have always advocated this, the more ridiculous your idea is, the better. Meaning that is not yet common, and that will most likely succeed. So we encourage you to be creative, to be innovative in finding opportunities, finding strategies, how you can harmonize your processes with the other operating units in your respective areas, and you can select better ways of doing things. So as you proceed to your respective areas after this deployment, what then do we expect you to do? What then do we expect you to be implementing in your areas? First, I would like to appeal to the provincial offices and the district offices to prepare your respective social marketing and advocacy plans. Paano nyo ibebenta? How are you going to sell these 13 training regulations? This social marketing and advocacy plan should be able to encourage TVIs and companies and establishments in your respective areas to register these programs. Register these programs because they have something to contribute for the improvement of the Filipino workers, not only because there is scholarship subsidy, and of course, to apply for accreditation as assessment centers. A TVI has always that capability of becoming an assessment center. That's why I would always try my best that for every, this is what I have always emphasized when I was still a provincial director, that for every registered qualification, for every qualification that have registered, that have textbook institutions that registered these programs, there must be an accredited competency assessment center. Try to make an inventory of the registered programs vis-a-vis the assessment centers, and you will see why the implementation of your scholarship takes time because of the lack of assessment centers. So make it a point, no? In fact, yung ibang nagpaparegister ng program, bago ko sila pinaparegister, I encourage them to submit first their application for accreditation, as assessment center. You should be able to strike a balance between the ratio of the textbook institutions and the number of with registered programs and the number of accredited assessment centers. So please look at that. Then secondly, you should be able to provide TVIs and establishments that have the strong identify those TVIs and establishments that have strong potentials to register any of these 13 qualifications, the necessary technical assistance. During when there are TVIs that would like to register programs, please conduct the orientation portion of the program registration very, very, very seriously and very formally. Doon nyo ipaliwanag sa mga applicant TVIs what are the tools, what are the equipment, what are the facilities, the measurements, and everything, the trainer requirement. Make them understand during the program registration, during the orientation, that as the first step in the program registration. That's why when pardon me for always pointing back to the time when I was in the area, I would always take it upon myself to conduct the orientation portion of the program registration operating procedures. Because I have to explain. Nakikita ko yung mga TVIs who are only curious about the qualification, because the moment they know what are the requirements and they are not serious about them, then they will no longer return after the orientation. Well, you can follow them up, but the moment they withdraw, then that would be better than having them found to be non-compliant simply because you tried to facilitate, you tried to consider, you tried, and so on. Then you will encounter a lot of hell the moment the compliance audit period comes. So you identify those that have the potentials, identify those that can implement the programs well, and please nurture them, capacitate them. So along this concern, please keep us posted of whatever issues and challenges that you may encounter, so that we can likewise provide you the technical assistance you need. When you are not sure of what you're going to do, please feel free to connect with us. I am happy with a lot of both Pras Focals now, even Cox Focals, who connect with me, who send private messages just to ask me, Sir ED, okay po ba ito? Ano pang dapat gawin dito? Well, sabi pa, at any given point in time during the day, even if it is nighttime, if I receive text messages inquiring or asking for technical assistance, I always make myself available, because kaming mga directors, we are not paid by the hours, but we are paid by the responsibility that we hold on. So please feel free, because we will always be ready. In fact, yung iba nagre-request ng mga nagtatanong lang kung pwede ng technical assist, ano bang pwedeng gawin. I make it a point that there will be available staff sa QSO, and I invite other staff from other executive offices to join us in helping one UTPRAS or Cox Focal resolve a particular dilemma that he or she is facing in the field. Kasi that is how we want to be as responsive as possible to you who are in the field. Dahil alam ko, ako personally, this is my crusade, and this is what I always say. Sa dami na ng ginagawa ninyo, the best that we can give you is at least you feel that you have our support, and we are always ready to provide that to you at any point in time. Dahil ako, my smartphones are always with me wherever I go, and sometimes that is where kahit na natutulog na ako, pag nag-bell yung messenger, then I wake up, then I sit down and respond, because this is how we should serve. And my only request is you pass the charity forward. Likewise, that is how we should relate with the people we serve. Again, let us be conscious of our quality policy that we measure our worth by the satisfaction of the customers we serve. Then thirdly, especially the focal persons for program registration and assessment and PTCACs. Please study the provisions of the TRs and the IGs of these 13 qualifications that have just been deployed. If ever you need further clarification, please do not hesitate to bring them to our attention. We need to be in sync. When you say in sync, kailangan yung mindset natin should always be on the same page, working together so that we will have the same understanding of the provisions of the TRs. Basta naman po TR ang pag-usapan, well, huwag na kayong maghanap ng iba makakatulong sa inyo, because if you have any question pertaining to the training regulations, pertaining to the competency assessment tool and the assessment fee, the QSO is the best office to enlighten you on matters pertaining to this. No? So, anytime, please connect with us. Those who had the chance to work with me, you know how I respond to your concerns. Then, fourth, we would like to encourage you to conduct consultation meetings with your partners to present and validate the feasibility and the viability of the work plan that you have prepared during this deployment. Huwag nyo itong itatago when you arrive in your respective stations. Please have your consultation meetings, present it to them, and see how they can make things better for you. And lastly, please give priority attention to those qualifications that are currently being offered in your respective areas and they are covered by the migration period, and take the necessary, immediate, and appropriate actions to ensure that they shall have been migrated before the end of the migration period. Yun po ang pakatutukan ninyo, so that these programs will not die. These programs will not rest in peace. So if there are technical issues, there are technical concerns that you need assistance, do inform us immediately, and the QSO will be happy to facilitate your concern. Even if it concerns other executive offices, but gusto nyong ipaabot sa akin, ipaabot sa amin, we are going to relay your concerns to the other executive offices, dahil maganda po ang samahan ng mga executive offices. We work together. Kapag mayroong isang nag-initiate, we support each other, we work together, and we provide all the support and assistance that we all need. No? So ganun po kami ngayon. And before concluding, I would like to thank our Director General, Attorney Danilo P. Cruz, our Deputy Directors General, DDG Rose Ordaneta and DDG Jan Bertis, and with the two new DDGs that are coming in. And I would also like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our newly reappointed regional directors. Nabasa nyo na naman siguro sa WRMS. Thank you so much for all your support. The regional directors, the provincial directors, the focal persons, both for UTPRAS and PTCACs and the EBT and all the areas in the provincial office. Alam po ninyo, ako, this is my perspective, kapag wala ho kayo, may programs in the QSO, our programs will never hit the ground and will never make any significant difference in the lives of the Filipinos in your respective areas. Kaya malaki po ang papel na ginagampanan ng lahat para lang maisakatuparan natin ang ating mga programa. Dahil yun nga, one thing that gives me consolation staying here as the steward of the Qualification and Standards Office, dahil sinasabi ko palagi sa mga staff dito, ayusin natin ang trabaho natin dahil ang ginagawa ng executive offices, ang ini-implement nila lahat ay nanggaling sa dalawang documents, ang training regulations at competency assessment tools. Kaya ngayon, now that the deployment has been done, that the national deployment has been done, these training regulations are now taken off from our shoulders, and we now formally turn over them to you. But still, we are in touch with you, and we are connected with you, and we are always ready to assist you. Lastly, my sincere gratitude and commendation to the QSO Secretariat for their invaluable contributions and for executing a seamless and productive event. This has so much improved from the first national deployment that we implemented during my tour of duty. At ang laki po ng ipinagbago, ang laki ng improvement, and it is because of the help and the support of all the executive offices. So to everyone, those who are still around, and we are still over maraming nanonood sa YouTube, and you're almost 385 plus 99. So who are still around, and maraming salamat po. And I always pray for you that we will all be well and fine, that we'll all be protected, and we'll always be safe, not only you, but every member of your families and your loved ones. So God bless us all, at mabuhay po tayong lahat sa TESDA. Thank you, and maraming salamat po for attending.
Maraming salamat po, Director Jojo. Again, our deepest gratitude on providing guidance to our participants and encouraging to apply strategic foresights activities to ensure effective deployment of the 13 newly promulgated TRs, CATs, and AFs. Rest assured that the QSO, along with other executive offices, are responsive and will be with you as you go through implementing these training regulations. We are also grateful to be led by someone with such leadership po. Maraming salamat po. This will not be successful without the leadership of our dear Executive Director. Let's give a heart emoticon to Director Jojo, also to all the executive offices that have been represented here po during the national deployment, and of course to our dear participants who are fully engaged since day one. Maraming salamat po.
Jack.
Yes po.
May mga private private chat sa akin.
Yes.
I just would like to if you are still not my friend in Facebook, send it to me as a private message sa Messenger, Idi Jojo Guillermo, and doon I will provide you the answer sa questions ninyo. It's unfortunate na it will take time. Ang dami dito naka-private message sa akin. Send nyo lang sa even if you don't send a friend request, just send a message request, and I am going to provide you the assistance that you need. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Director Jojo, again for ensuring our participants here from the regions po na nandito po tayo, kaagapay po natin sila at gagabayan po natin sila as they go through the implementing process of these qualifications po. A few reminders lang po before we conclude our program today. First, please do accomplish our attendance sheet, also the post test and the evaluation form. It is already posted here in our chat box. Second,
Jack,
yes po.
Jack, may profile na si Adrian ng results ng post test.
For a while. Yes po. Of course, ready po si Sir Adrian dito.
Can we give a profile of the post test? profile lang. Okay. So, ang dami naka-perfect. Just like the first batch, ang dami naka-perfect. This is 12 out of 12. Oh. Just scan it quickly kasi baka mano tayo sa data privacy. So, pag mababa ng score. Okay, so anyway, we will send a letter to you. Okay, thank you. Sige.
Maraming salamat po. And of course, we recognize those participants who receive or aimed a perfect score po. Perfect score po sa ating post test. At least this serves that here in our activity po, nakita po natin na nag-gain po ng additional knowledge ang ating mga participants po. Ayun, maraming salamat po. Nakita po natin na ito yung byproduct ng ating pagsusumikap sa pagtulong po at sa paggagabay po sa ating mga institutions and sa ating TTIs and TVIs. Also po, ayan, going back to some of the reminders. Ayun, thank you po, Director Jojo. Ayun, and as reminded po by Miss Bing, relative to the workshop a while ago, please do submit the final regional implementation plan with your affixed signature. Here in our chat box, you may access po kung saan po natin siya i-upload. There, yan, para po magkaroon tayo ng consolidation ng lahat po ng mga implementation plan from the 17 regions. Okay, so we also saw here in our chat box by Ma'am Sol. Ayan, there we have it. Let me read this. For hello CAC Vocals, to ease exchange of communication between QSO and CAC Vocals, please join our group chat. I believe this is Messenger group chat. QSO-CAC Focal Persons. So yun po, maraming salamat po. And of course, umuulan po rito ng pagpapasalamat para po sa ating lahat. And of course, to the leader of the team, Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo.
Kasama dyan ang mga executive directors.
Of course, the executive directors from NITSD, PLO, Certification Office, and ROMO.
So this culminates our national deployment activity. We would like to thank again our TESA Director General Danilo P. Cruz for giving us the opportunity to introduce the newly promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees.
And we hope to our dear ROD chiefs, PTI and PVI administrators, Ropodo Focals for UTPRAS, CAC, and EBT Focals find this national deployment activity valuable and beneficial. We also, and on behalf of Director Lorenzo Emmanuel Guillermo and our QSO colleagues here, thank you all for making time on your busy schedule to join on the virtual national deployment of newly promulgated training regulations, competency assessment tools, and assessment fees. Enjoy the rest of the week. Stay safe and God bless us all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Palinisin.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Salamat po.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you po, Sir Jojo. Thank you po sa lahat.
Share a glance and get to know each other. And now our time is up. Each one is backing up. We find another chance to meet again together and feel each other's calm. I feel like breaking up. It's this time that almost always makes me cry before we say goodbye. I wanna let you know I love you. Thank you for playing my music. Thank you for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. And may the Lord our God richly bless and keep you. Together let us call and thank Him most of all. Somehow I'm feeling sad, I know I'm gonna miss you. I'm sure I will recall our friendship most of all. But there's one thing before the day is done, before the night is gone, before the curtain closes. Let me thank you for playing my music. Thank you for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. Thank you for playing my music. Thank you for singing my song. Thank you for sparing a moment, 'cause with you I feel I really belong. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for being my friend. And if our paths should cross somewhere, I'd like to sing this song again. And if our paths should cross somewhere, then I'd really be glad, yes, I'd really be glad that I can thank you once again.
Thank you. Congratulations, everyone.
Maraming salamat po muli. Yan, thank you sa ulitin po sa next po nating programa.
Thank you so
Ayun po,
much.
yung kikita-kita po muli tayo. Thank God it's Friday. Ingat po.